The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Flattered hearts, untested they fall, dancing on strings to the anti-white call. Ignorance cloaked as a beacon of grace, while children are taught to loathe their own race. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways, the West burns while you bask in the blaze. Chase feelings to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. Arrogant hordes rotten to the core, you push our children to bleed even more. Selfish, weak and vile in your ways, the West burns while you bask in the blaze. Love to chase feelings, to follow the lie, blind to the truth as our culture dies. Pretending you're pure, pretending you care, as you shelter your minds from the guilt you can't bear. At your door, when the echoes of history demand so much more, will you stand there in silence, still clinging to lies, or crumble in terror as your narrative dies? Your people for a fleeting applause, but your downfall awaits written in the laws. Anti-white women, your legacy shame. You scorch your own future in the poisonous flame.
Does that anti-Westernism overlap with anti-whiteism? Because I mean, if a government were to try and take up, the sort of the whites of rights, it would quickly be accused of being white supremacist and so on. So, to what extent can Americans really talk about the hatred of white people in a fair-minded way?
It's absolutely tantamount. They are the same thing. Anti-Westernism and anti-whiteism are identical. And yes, it is very interesting to see what's happening in the Trump administration. Then in the interim period, he founded a private law firm, a nonprofit law firm that did litigate on behalf of and try to tear down anti-white policies in government and in private sector.
want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boy, you look with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring to their knees. Take for their disease. Rage is like a weed, spread into the streets. It's time to make them bleed. 'Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip gods into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. 'Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Amen. It is Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. It is our gathering of the week. Church of the West featured stories today. Are Israel-America relations ruined? We'll talk a little bit about that. How to discuss our trauma with those overly sensitive family members, friends, colleagues. Bit of an Austin Metcalf update and much more. The Go Free lesson of the day is specifically that, dealing with those oversensitive family members and friends and colleagues when we are discussing our victimization. Your comments and questions, and then there is this. After hearing the news that America had attacked Iran, an old colonel sat in a bar having a stiff drink. A local yokel spotted him sitting by himself. She wondered if the bombing of Iran meant that he was headed to war, maybe even to die. She walked over and said, "Colonel, you look so tense. Is it the war?" He nodded, but said nothing. She felt terrible for him, but she suddenly realized there was something she could do. But nah, she's not that kind of a girl. Still, it might be his last chance. And maybe, she thought, it's even her patriotic duty. She grabbed his hand and said, "Let's go back to my place." He shook his head and said nothing. "Come on," she encouraged, wondering if he was one of those shy warrior types. "When was your last time?" Downing the rest of his whiskey, he said, 2010. 2010, she gasped, standing up abruptly and dragging him to her car. A while later, the old colonel was getting dressed. "Wow," she marveled, "you haven't forgotten anything." He looked at his wristwatch and said, "I sure as hell hope not. It's only 22:30. Who got that joke? Who got that joke? Which of you ones out there are still like, what? I don't know. I don't get it. Like, isn't that in the future? We are going free in service to white well-being. Church of the West, your hierarch is with you. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, where they are looking with a long eye to the south of their empire at what the U.S. is doing to some people out in a desert somewhere. But we are here, and we are going free, and we are focused on the well-being of Western kind, the white race. Unlike so many of these Zionist Jews in America and across the West who are so focused on the good of Israel. Not a nice thing, not a nice thing to be doing, not at this time. But we're glad that you are here in service to white well-being. It appears that we are functioning properly across all of these different platforms. I'm looking marvelous as always, which is a wonderful thing. And it's good to see all of you. What time is it where you are in the northern or southern hemisphere of planet Earth? What time is it where you are? Hey, if you would like to donate to the great work that we are doing here in service to white well-being, you can do so at the premier entity on planet Earth, serving white well-being with receipts at all levels of society, beginning in the individual lives of white people, which if you're not improving the individual lives of white people, then how dare you claim to be pro-white or doing anything for white people? Improving the lives of individual white people up to their families, up to their friend groups, the concentric rings spreading away, the local schools, the police departments, the governments, the courtrooms, the media empires, all the way up to the most erudite institutions and institutions of power across the West. We have achieved a presence, and that is because of the great people, the great swashbucklers here in service to white well-being. And it's so great to see all of you here. I should do one of the dances I made up over the years. Can anybody remember what this one was called? This is part of it. This is where it gets started, and then it returns to that movement. It is the Fidel Castro. Not a fan, but he was always doing this. I don't know what the deal was. You can head on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. You can, at that 501c3, make a donation. Please indicate that you would like those funds to come to yours truly, and I will gladly and happily receive them. This past year, we had people, and they got their tax breaks, and everything has gone swimmingly. Even those who have reached out to their places of business and said, will you match my funds? And they took a look at the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org, and they said, we absolutely will. You can also head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab. You'll scroll down there. You'll see that entity. You can click on it if you wanted to go there. You will also see the cryptocurrency wallets that are available to you for financially gifting cryptocurrency. If you should feel like you would like to do that, you can do that. There is also the snail mail address, and you can reach me through the snail mail address. I don't know why it goes like this. Maybe it's this direction. Is the snail mail address. You can reach out to me there, and I always love to look into the thaumatological mailbag, and I find wonderful things. I love it. Thank you all so much. You can write me there, or you can financially gift while we are here today together, and I will be reading. If you do so on the app that allows cash, if you do so on Subscribe Star, if you do so over here on Premium Rumble, if you do so on D Live or Odyssey, and I will be looking at all of those. I will also be paying very close attention to those who tag me as No White Guilt. And you could do that on all of the platforms. Special attention, of course, on X, YouTube, Premium Rumble. You can also leave those comments on the Dude Bro Moment platform, where you may also financially gift. That's called entropy. You can repel, go spelunking down into the description of the channel, to spelunking, and you will find entropy. Dude Bro Moment platform. You will also find there in the description below numerous channels that you can go to find segments clipped right out of these streams, right out of these gatherings. We call them Church of the West gatherings. We come together around planet Earth. You can find clips, and they are amazing. And the clip mavens are really remarkable folks. And also, almost all of the music that we play here, so much of it original, really 99% of it original, right here in-house, the House of Swash, where everything is boss bear sexy. Everything is boss bear sexy, as it should be, ladies and gentlemen. It's so wonderful to have everybody here. Did I miss anything? I don't think I missed anything other than this. I want to mention our lesson of the day. How do we talk with overly sensitive family and friends? How do we talk with them, those overly sensitive family members and friends? They can be problematic, can't they? What is it that they're worried about? And we're going to be returning to this. I want to give it to you right up front so that you can be thinking about it while we are together over the course of this gathering. What's the big deal? What is the big deal? We go and we try to talk to these people, and sometimes they are a little intractable. Sometimes they are reticent. They don't want to talk about these matters. What's going on in their minds? Well, for a lot of them, there is fear of the repercussions. What happens when you are heretical to anti-whiteism in the West? Well, you can be thought bad of, and you immediately know that you will be thought bad of. And how are you psychic like that? How are these people? They're psychic? Is that what you're saying? You're saying they're all psychic? No, they're not psychic, but they have the same programming by way of entertainment media, which the subconscious mind that runs the majority of our lives believes is reality. It can't tell the difference between entertainment and reality. This is at the core of psychological warfare, manipulation, and control of the human animal. This is exactly what it is, ladies and gentlemen. So somehow these family members know that if they entertain, much less repeat, opinions that are heretical to anti-whiteism, opinions that are at odds with the anti-white narrative, others will think badly of them. Isn't that a remarkable thing? They should work for psychic friends. So they're concerned about that. They're concerned that it might go further than just bad thoughts about you. They're concerned that people might conclude that they are immoral, because there's a moral metric in the West. What do you think it is? What is the moral metric in the West? Is it Christianity? Oh no, you lose. It's not Christianity. But it is in my life. Your life doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. What matters is the social morality, what people abide by when they are in massive groups of other people, when they are thrust not into specific friend groups or a specific Bible study, but thrust into a general population, a general gathering of human beings, and you immediately know what the morality is. And so you're specifically overly sensitive friends and family members and the rest, they're going to be concerned that people are going to view them as immoral, and they don't want to be viewed as immoral. That's even worse than just being thought badly of. They're worried about that. What else? In fact, that's the worst of all, is to be thought immoral, because then nothing about you matters. You're dehumanized. You can be victimized, and it's okay. In fact, victimizing the immoral is a moral thing in the West. What else, though? are they concerned about? These friends and family and colleagues that we have to address that are overly these so genteel, they're delicate, many of them. They're very delicate. Some are genteel. I'm afraid we got too many of the genteel types in the academic circles of white sympathy. What else? They are concerned about the revenge, called punishment, called etc. by anti-whites. Things like being thrown out, ostracized from friend groups. They're worried about you being ostracized. They're worried about themselves, you being fired from your job. These people, this is what is going through their mind. It's usually fear. What about the people in general who are not aggressively? Because here's what we're talking about. The people who aren't aggressively or radically anti-white. Because when we talk with them and we find out that they are radically anti-white, nothing we say to them will matter. Nothing will change their mind. We just move on. We thank them for the knowledge that they're garbage and we move on. People who might be a little aggressive anti-white, we have the tips for you on how to speak to these people as well. So the overly sensitive, maybe as a consequence of being a little overly sensitive about things, they are a little aggressive with their anti-whiteism. Exactly how do you handle these people? Exactly how do you shut them down? Because, my friends, the United States is at war. Again, we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about Austin Metcalf. We're going to be talking about a number of things here. We're going to be talking about mental illness, and a conclusion that maybe I have come to, maybe not. It is a conclusion that psychologists seem to come to, though. And we're going to let them speak as well. We're going to be getting to all of that, the impact on the psyche of the West as a consequence of watching our weaponry, our power, our intelligence, our ingenuity being used for the enrichment, the benefit, etc. of other groups of human beings. In fact, every other group of human beings, never ourselves. But before we get into that, we are going to get right into my first segment of the day, which I will pull up on the screen here. And I like to call this segment, Tappy. Segment called Tappy. You'll have to let me know if if the audio comes through. Here we go.
Right? Strike.
Power.
Hadouken. That's the tappy.
One more time. I can't believe the speed and the awesomeness of it.
Right? Strike. Boom. Hadouken. That's the tappy.
This is actually a brand new martial art, my friends. It's very deadly. It's called obesity. Let's get to my next segment. My next segment I like to call My People Suck at Decorating and Shit.
This is some bullshit.
This is some bullshit.
Who the hell made this ugly ass shit?
Who the hell made these ugly ass shit? I guarantee you, this is Kroger, ladies and gentlemen. I guess this is Kroger, and they made some watermelon for Juneteenth, watermelon decorated cakes, and they got these other cakes. I guarantee you, these were black people at Kroger that made these. 100%.
I wish it was a manager here because y'all decorate everything else around here cute.
Y'all decorate everything else around. Why don't you get some white people come in here decorate our Juneteenth cakes and shit?
Everything else around here cute.
Everything else cute.
But for Juneteenth,
Look at that.
you want to just throw something on
Look.
a freaking cookie cake
It be
and
Juneteenth.
expect someone to buy it?
Look at this shit.
That's bullshit.
Look, we know who was making these cakes. My people can't decorate and shit. All right, for my final segment of the day, final news segment, I call this Survivor Stories. I call this final segment Survivor Stories. And this is, we're going to be talking about Boris. Boris was a technician at Chernobyl nuclear power plant when it melted down. He heroically stayed behind, rescuing survivors as many others fled for their lives. Although the ensuing years have brought some curious changes to his health and appearance, such as his lower torso and legs wrapping back up behind his head and neck, he's enjoying his golden years, swinging in a hammock in a shitty little undisclosed Spanish town.
Solo a ti te quiero, por ti mi amor, por ti es que vivo yo.
Boris!
Y hasta que quiera, por
8 seconds and we'll see you on the flip. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that is some new segments I just wanted to add because why not? That's fun. We're going to get into our featured stories, though, today, as soon as I can find them. Where are they? Here we go. Here we go. Let's roll with the featured stories. Is that my featured story? We got to find my featured stories. And here's how we find it. Starting off today with an update, Austin Metcalf's story, Carmelo Anthony, and what's happening with him. And we're just going to bungee into our good friend, the Quartering, right now. We're just going to bungee into his stream.
Update on the Carmelo Anthony case today that literally no mainstream media is covering. There's basically a few local reporters in Texas that are doing the hard work and bringing out all this information. So I do want to shout out the work of Sarah Fields, who is really the only person that I can find that is.
What happened at the Olympic swimming events? Was it good scenery or was it something else?
Bothering to report on this case anymore. There are now reports that Carmelo Anthony has fled the state of Texas and that the judge has approved it so that he might get a more favorable trial. And there are all sorts of other very interesting updates in terms of the case. The hundreds of thousands of emails.
What he's fled Texas to Guam because he could get a better trial in Guam.
Emails that were sent in and among Frisco ISD from employees being blocked from any kind of Freedom of Information Act. On top of that, it appears that his indictment is imminent. It could be today, could be later this week, but it won't be longer than the end of the month. So we only have so many days left. It's already the 18th, only so many business days left. So let's take a look at both what Sarah Fields has found and also this new article in the Daily Mail based on the footage that was released. By the way, shout out to everyone who has pre-ordered their summer legendary pack from my coffee company, Coffee Brand Coffee, which features for the first and possibly only time Kona coffee.
Buy his coffee.
This is via Sarah Fields. Several updates regarding the Carmelo Anthony case. Frisco ISD emails and the Anthony family may be moving out of state. Several weeks ago, I requested emails between staff members that included names such as Carmelo Anthony, Drew Anthony, and the Metcalfs. Yesterday, I received a letter from Frisco ISD, written and sent to the Office of the Attorney General from Frisco ISD. This comes as I've already narrowed down my request 3 times, which brought the response from Frisco ISD down from nearly 100,000 emails. There was 100,000 emails about Carmelo Anthony in the system.
Okay, now this is actually important. You remember, was her name Angela Tucker, the black judge that gave Anthony special treatment? We've had special treatment from so many anti-whites around Anthony after he apparently murdered Austin Metcalf. And here again, we have the courts stepping in. You have hundreds of thousands or what have you, over 100,000 emails within the school and the county and et cetera, that people have filed, I get freedom of information and asked to review these. And the courts, they keep saying, no, you can't have. And so what Sarah Fields has done is she's reduced the overall number, added a greater degree of specificity in order to hopefully get the courts to allow these records, these emails, these communications to be seen. And guess what the courts do? How does this happen? Anti-whiteism.
To just $5,200, and the cost are reduced to just $300. According to Frisco ISD, on June 16th, which was on Monday, the district received correspondence, a compelling interest letter from the Collin County District Attorney's Office, stating that Collin County District Attorney's Office has compelling interest in the non-disclosure of any records in the district's possession related to requests like mine or any requests conducted or connected to the incident at the school. This letter states that releasing these records would interfere with the investigation and anticipated litigation relating to the pending case. This means from here on out, any request for records regarding this incident, the loss of life of Austin Metcalf, will now be denied. So they have now moved to deny the public its lawful right on any disclosure in this case. Now, will we get these emails 5 years after the case has been tried and Carmelo got off with a wrist slap on the wrist? Maybe, maybe never. There are so many questions around this case that it's difficult for me to really believe that we're ever going to get, what.
And when it comes right down to it, if the charges, remember we briefly talked about this when that bit of update made it to the public. Amazing how the anti-white media is really refusing to say much of anything about this. And of course, it's because the incident contradicts the anti-white narrative. They're not going to be able to easily make this segue it into a proof of anti-whiteism. And anti-whites, they can just look in and see this. Wherever they are, wherever they live, this is how programming the human animal works. This is how it doesn't work from just replacing somebody at the top and then thinking that then trickles on down to every single individual and they just carry out the will of whoever you voted into office or the new CEO or the new principal or whatever it might be. It's because everybody has the same anti-white programming, so they know how to respond to these things. What we're going to be talking about here in just a minute, the other piece of the update, as I'm looking fabulous in front of you today, the other piece of the update is that certain individuals are allowed to see the footage that is taken from a CCTV camera at the stadium of this murder. And there's something missing from the footage. We'll get to that in a minute. But first, look at the legal wrangling to prevent reporters, to prevent the public from seeing the conversations. What kind of conversations are taking place? Well, there might be things like a conversation, any type of conversation that could reveal that there was a motive, that there was that Carmelo hated Metcalf and he was going to murder him ahead of time. There could be information about Carmelo having a history of attacking others or attempting to murder others. You could imagine people in the administration, teachers writing back and forth about that. There could be information about the teachers themselves, principals. The principal's an anti-white black woman as well, and them conspiring and organizing to try to create an environment, a context, and etc., where the conclusion of this is that Carmelo was just acting on the spur of the moment, accidentally did this. It wasn't meant to happen. He was frightened for his life, and so he should just have a wrist slap and then go about his way. All of this could be available in those emails. So my understanding, this is pretty damn unusual. And I'm curious, maybe if Blanco could get involved and have a look and why is this happening? And is it actually legitimate for them to conceal all of these records? You know, if it were the other way around, not a single thing would be hidden from the public. It would all be handed over. And if any teacher or administrator, if anyone thought that Metcalf didn't somehow deserve it, they would be hounded and attacked by anti-whites, fired potentially from their jobs, demoted, sent to work somewhere else so that they would want to quit because it would be so miserable. We all know that that's anti-whites and that's how they work. But in this case, they just say, no, you're not allowed to see. No one is hearing about the story out in the masses. So nobody cares. It's gone and forgotten, just like Austin Metcalf's life.
The information that the public needs. Now, is there information that's inside these emails between teachers and principals and other people in Frisco ISD about Carmelo? Sure. There could be information about a past of fighting, which some people have alleged, including an eyewitness. It could have information about some sort of beef or an altercation that had happened previously between Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, which could go to premeditation. It could have absolutely nothing of value at all. Could be a bunch of overweight leftoid teachers sending hashtag free Carmelo back and forth. It could have nothing in it. But the fact that they have said, not only are we not going to release, this massive trove you asked for, but we're not even going to release this hyper specific one. I think that speaks to a very real possibility that we will never see what was in these emails.
All right, let's look at the actual video. Frisco ISD releases video of fatal track meet stabbing involving Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. Let's put that up on the screen, and hopefully that commercial will be gone in a minute. If not, I will just make furious fun of it. Home serve. Audio.
Is releasing surveillance video of the stabbing at the track meet that led to the death of a student back in April, but only under very strict conditions. So through open records, they will allow whoever requests it to view that video, but no recording whatsoever is allowed. On that note, we sent our IT producer, Kelsey Mittauer, to watch that video. She joins us now in studio to walk us through what you saw. We're going to go in order here in just a second, Kelsey. But in general terms, what did the video depict? What did you see?
It shows everything from the moments leading up to the stabbing to the medical response to then the beginning of the police investigation.
Okay, and it lasted several minutes is what they showed you.
It did, about 30 minutes.
Okay, so let's start in the beginning now and talk a little bit about what you saw at the front end of that video, because you got to see the attack, the actual stabbing took place.
So it starts, I started watching about 9:53. The camera shows half of the field. So it's about from the 50-yard line on, and the tent where it happened was kind of right in front of the 50-yard line, but the camera is down here. Okay. It's positioned across the field. So everybody in the video, you can tell there are kids or adults, but no one's identifiable.
So a long shot is what
a long shot, yeah.
So a couple of minutes in, and you actually see the altercation take place.
Yes, everything leading up to it, everyone's milling about. It seems very normal. And then right at 9:55, that's when there's this explosive movement or action between.
Did you hear it?
Two people under the tent. And that's when the employees in the room told me that's when the stabbing happened.
So there wasn't a big altercation where people were crowding around and Carmelo was fearing for his life. If you remember, that's what precipitated, that's the argument. It was like this big back and forth, and they were shoving. And what happens with teenagers, even preteens, when two of them are facing off? Everybody circles around, everybody is in on it and want to get a view. And nowadays, of course, and for some years, everybody wants to get out the phone and videotape it. She says, suddenly, at this hour and this minute, there's this explosion and Metcalf is dead. Now, I don't mean explosion as a bomb going off. The explosion is the furious stabbing him in the heart, and then it's over. So that's what's missing. And we can only deduce that from the fact that well, specifically just exactly what this woman said after viewing it. She comes to us now and she said, there's nothing, and then all of a sudden, bang, and it's done.
9:55.
Right. And you were talking about people kind of start to scatter at that moment. Obviously, something went wrong. And so what happens next? Because now, a little bit later on, that's when the ambulance shows up.
Right. So when the ambulance arrives, it actually comes through near the end zone at the gate, and then it comes up to the 50-yard line directly in front of the tent. You can see Austin Metcalf is right here. But then when they pull up close to the tent, they realize that they can't get the stretcher to him because of the barrier of the bleachers. So at that point, then the paramedics have to get out, and then they have to walk all the way back to the end zone. This is actually, on the next slide. They have to go all the way back to the end zone and then come all the way back. That takes another couple of minutes. So at this point, they've arrived and they are actively working on Metcalf at that.
I don't know if she says this here or if it was somewhere else that I read it, but they immediately were putting up crime scene tape as they were still working on him. And if we have any police officers in the house that want to speak up, or maybe you just know a police officer, had they already concluded? Was he already dead? But they were going to go ahead and proceed through the steps of attempting to save his life. But I mean, you could imagine this colossal amount of blood. And then they've got to walk this stretcher all the way back down. Come on. So 100 yards they had to go with the stretcher before they could get back to him. Absolutely inept and ridiculous.
That point.
And we want to reiterate, we're using some imagery here to sort of denote exactly what was happening here. These little icons that we're using, the ambulance, because again, the video was not able to be released. You're watching all of this happen, Kelsey, and you're watching the time sort of elapse. What are you thinking about when you see this, especially when you see sort of the issues in getting Metcalf out of there?
I mean, I understand why it happened the way it happened. They were still working on him. Actually, the thing that really struck me is they're working on him. And that's when you see the rain's coming down heavier. And then they actually pull out the blue tarp.
The blue tarp that we saw.
Right. And then I noticed the crime scene tape is already up. I was so focused on here, I didn't even see that. But they're building the crime scene actively around him as they're continuing to work on him in the bleachers.
So, and there was another thing that she mentioned right there that is also telling. That, remember, as the story came out, there were a lot of anti-whites saying, oh, it was pouring rain and he couldn't get wet. I mean, God, you can't expect this teenage boy to get wet. So he's got to get under your tent, even though there are tents all over the place. He's got to get under that specific, the rival team's tent. Well, now we find out it wasn't raining hard. It didn't start raining harder until he had already murdered Austin Metcalf. Frisco Independent School District has released surveillance footage of a deadly stabbing that occurred during a track meet in April. So a deadly stabbing by an anti-white son of a young white man. But only under strict conditions are certain people allowed to see this, like this local news. Under Texas open records laws, requesters may view such video in some cases, but are not permitted to record the video. The video begins several minutes before the altercation between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf. The camera, positioned near the press box, captures half of the field. The tent where the incident occurred is located in the bleachers near the 50-yard line, as this young lady was describing. A sudden movement at 9:55 a.m. is seen under the tent, followed by interaction between two figures. So there it is again, the verbiage of a sudden movement. Again, remember, this is not like teenagers are not like adults. Adults, if adults start arguing with each other, other adults will just walk on by. They'll just be like, most of us will just walk on by them. I'm getting my ass out of here. Walk away. Teenagers, no. If there's a big altercation, they surround. Everyone shows up in surrounds. They want to get the best view. They want to see what's going to happen next. Who's going to back down? Is somebody going to throw a punch? Will it be a full-fledged fight? But all they're saying here is a sudden movement is seen under the tent. Frisco ISD officials say this is the moment the stabbing occurred. Several people are seen walking or running away while others approach the area. Minutes later, ambulance arrives, entering through the gate. Everything we just heard right there. Stretcher moved to ambulance. Police remain on the scene. Video continues for several more minutes, showing police activity under the tent. Prosecutors may present the footage to a grand jury. And that's all there is as far as updates ever since the charge was filed, which we hope is not an overcharge, because if it is, and what is the exact verbiage again in Texas? If it is first-degree murder, I looked it up and I showed you all, they have to prove what's in Carmelo's head, that Carmelo had intended to murder Metcalf. And if that's the case, then it seems to me as a member of the laity that that's going to be a much harder case to prove than that he acted with reckless endangerment. He meant to harm Metcalf grievously, and that it resulted in Metcalf's death. We shall see. We'll keep an eye open for any more. This is a big story. And of course, we know all of the typical dynamics are at work in this story. You have a young white guy who was not taught the truth about the world. He didn't, far as we know, care for the white race. He didn't understand that different groups of people have different biospirits, different instincts. He didn't know how to behave around such people. He had parents that are clearly anti-white, and they have demonstrated how anti-white they are after the fact. We saw a little bit more of a healthy response from the mother, but not the father, as anti-white as he could possibly be. The blacks on the other side of the equation, radically anti-white, bringing other anti-whites into the equation and recruiting people from across the country to donate money, to give moral support, oral support, glazing the family, even happy that he murdered a young white guy, promising white guy. And we're seeing, as is typical when it comes to the cucks, they want to focus on everything else. Cucks actually saying, oh, well, the leaders of the globe, they're driving us against each other. And now what needs to happen is the Metcalfs and the Anthonys have to come together. Are you absolute vegetables? Yes. The schmucks, of course, they've already forgotten Metcalf's name. They'll know Carmelo's name forever, though. And they'll say, well, there's another example of the Menners. And that'll be the end of that. So we're seeing the totality of everything play out exactly as we articulate and explain and teach in the Go Free Dialogic, and teach you to navigate for the betterment of white well-being, the achievement of the recapture of our destiny. We'll keep an eye out for this. But until then, we're going to be getting into how about some quick news? A little bit of quick news can't hurt, can it? A little bit of quick news. Let me know that the mic is still working with the quick news. Take a look at that. Don't know if that's the actual bombs going off, but it's probably how they look. In the most vociferous anti-whites. They are there for the consequences of your hard work. They are there for the consequences of the time you spent studying and laboring while others party. They are there for your savings. When you, with circumspect precision, save for rainy days and for opportunities in the future. With your health, with your money, they are there for that. They are there to steal your stores of everything that your labors, your ingenuity,
your biospirit has equipped you with, and with which you have encircled yourself, improved your life. They are there for all of that. But my friends, as I was mentioning, they are also there to wear your skin. They are also there to be the new white race. They are there for that glorious history.
Kick ass.
They are there for that glorious dignity. And as haunting as that is, it doesn't even come close enough to fully articulating the infernal mind of an anti-white. They want to cut you out of your own flesh so that they can wear it and pretend like you never existed.
Let's hear it for Stop Anti-Whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. That was totally epic. I love myself as a king and lord of the manor. Don't know if this has anything to do with the attack either, but looks like it could. Knowingly exposing others to HIV will no longer be a felony in California. 2017. 2018, STDs in LA County are skyrocketing. Officials think racism and stigma may be to blame. Sounds about right from anti-white officials. Might be missiles being intercepted over Israel. Somebody said, looks like Star Wars. That's the white man's technology. You're welcome. This is the first time since 1987 that Dutch and the Predator have been seen together. Man, she's ugly. Look, it's our friend Martinez Politics.
It doesn't have to go away.
But it will go away because Islam is an expansionist religion and culture. So Islam seeks to impose the norms of Islam on the country. So you're not going to be practicing Norwegian stuff. You're going to be practicing Islamic stuff, Islamic custom, Islamic law. It's a destructive.
We can't do both at the same time.
Not really. I mean, I think once Muslims become a majority, they're going to wipe out the Norwegian culture, wipe out Christianity, wipe out other religions, and impose Sharia law. That's the
They can exist at multiculturalism. They can exist at the same time.
goal of Islam.
I hope it wipes out other. Like, of course, I respect every religion, but
look at Martinez's face when she just said that. This anti-white pig just said, and then she tries to back out of it. She's like, no. She can see his face too.
but I wish that people choose. I find
So you hope that it wipes out the other. That's what you just said.
I said that in the wrong way.
So you hope Islam erases the other cultures and religions.
Can somebody just get this bitch a Glad trash bag to put over her head right now? Give her a little taste of Islam. Cut some holes in that thing. Let's give some salutes to Martinez Politics.
No, not
You just said that.
That doesn't have to go away.
But
I saw this. It's going around everywhere. Have you seen this? Have you seen this? Tree Godfather saying, give big salutes to Biospirit of the West for showing up to his space today. Yes. Big salutes to the great leader, Biospirit of the West. I don't know if you've seen this. People are showing this all over the place. I keep seeing it. This white woman, and she's dancing, and it looks like it's from the 40s or so. And this is the, white people can't dance. And a lot of cucks out there, they're having a big laugh at this. They're sharing it. I looked it up. This actually is not from the 40s. I thought that this looks fake. This black and white old video. This looks like something that you could do yourself to a video. I was able to find this from an Australian show in, I think it was the 2000s, a comedy show. This is a woman who is a stage actress, and she's doing this as a joke. But it made me think about this. When you look back to like the 40s in America, you look back to the 50s, you look back 70s, you can see 80s, you can see these absolutely ridiculous dances that white people are doing. Well, how did this happen? How did white people suddenly forget how to dance? I say suddenly forget how to dance because what was it? The 14th century that we created ballet? And how many millennia before that? All of our folk dances that take extreme skill and study and practice. And suddenly we end up looking like this. This is parodic. But it's so close to the reality of what you sometimes see out of white people, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, that it seems realistic and people are buying it as though it's something real. What happened? Anti-whiteism did this to us. These asinine gyrations, these asinine movements that white people engaged in decades back. This is what anti-whiteism did to us. How do you take the people who created the most beautiful dance form on planet Earth and then turn out people who actually dance like this?
Show the moments the Fresno County Sheriff's SWAT team closed in on 29-year-old Elan Lopez Sanchez.
Seems like a wonderful fellow. Elan Lopez Sanchez. A lot of people do that. Every time we hear a Hispanic name on TV, whether or not the anchor is Hispanic, we suddenly have to shapeshift into a perfect Hispanic accent. Police arrested 25-year-old Elan Alain Sanchez. And I mean that honestly. Why do we do that? When I say Alejandro Mayorkas, I just say Alejandro Mayorkas. But on CNN, it's Alejandro Mayorkas. I'm Irish. When police arrest someone with an Irish name, I don't say police just arrested 25-year-old Charlie McLaughlin. I just say police arrested Charlie McLaughlin. It's for all of these reasons that America elected Donald Trump in 2016 and then elected Donald Trump again in 2024.
Yes, amen to that. She told me to make her feel special. So I gave her a helmet and a box of crayons. Look at this. Women, I got to tell you, upstate New York school employees sent nudes to a 14-year-old boy, cops said. Wow. Hey, when life gives you lemons, make lemonades. Amen to that.
To distinguish Asian languages. Again, Mandarin Chinese sounds like spaceships getting shot. Vietnamese sounds like cranky rubber bands. Korean sounds like a whiny machine gun. Thai sounds like a robot with arthritis. Japanese sounds like a dramatic keyboard. And Filipino sounds like a Spanish motorcycle. Ang problema ay bawang, pero gusto kumain ng puto. Dapat pa tayong lumipat ng bisikleta. How to distinguish Asian languages. Again,
which was your
Chinese
favorite?
Sounds like spaceships getting shot. Vietnamese sounds like cranky rubber
This
bands.
might be my favorite. Hey, just made me some cinnamon rolls. Yeah, just like grandma used to make. Hey, race is just a social construct, everybody. That's all it is, a social construct. Hi there, I'm Howard Cosell, and I just looked into the future, and you're not going to believe the shit I'm about to tell you. Let's roll!
I met her at the county fair. Thought she had a little western flair, but time revealed what she really was behind that southern charm. She'd mock my roots, tear down my kin, say being proud was some kind of sin, didn't see the harm till she had me hanging my head in shame. But I broke free, walked away, left her any white hating yesterday. Now I breathe easy, sleep through the night. Life's been sweeter since I stepped into the light. Got a new heart, a better song, and I've been better off since you've been gone.
New Anglo-Saxon NWG song. Really cool. This is how country music should always sound. No more of this, I'm nothing without a woman. I can't function without a woman. I just need her. Let me just write some more poetry to her. No. It's like, kick your anti-white ass out of here, bitch.
I couldn't ignore the way she spoke. It cut deep, but woke me up. So I broke free, walked away, left her any white hating yesterday. Now I breathe easy, sleep through the night. Life's been sweeter since I stepped into the light. Got a new heart, a better song, and I've been better off since you've been.
That's the best line. I've been better off since you've been gone. So true. So true. Hey, we're going to be talking about the United States at war right now and the ramifications, how that feels. There's a lot to this. I'm going to get your thoughts on it. We also have coming up autogynephilia. What is autogynephilia? There's a lot of it going around these days. And finally, Mayor Brandon Johnson announced he'll be handing race-based payments to blacks only.
Now I stand proud, hold my head high, with folks who see the truth and not the lie. Got a good life where I belong, and I've been better off since you've been gone.
Hey, it's a beautiful day here in the once great state of Virginia. At least it's beautiful to look at through the windows. It is a sweltering 93 degrees, cooling off actually because it was hotter. So we welcome that little change. Have the AC running full blast. Otherwise, I would have to doff quite a bit to be able to continue to stream. We might have to go to Avatar only. But it's beautiful outside. We are now in summer, which here in the once great state of Virginia, Northern Virginia, means lots of humidity and government things going on. Apparently, the Doomsday 747 is in the air. It was took off 2 days ago or so. And it's in the air. If you all remember, on September 11, there were photographs of the Doomsday airplane flying over DC, and everybody, they looked up and they were like, what in the hell is this? And it's just all white virtually, and they might add color here or there on it from time to time, but it is a total command center for the United States government, at least one of them, of course, meant to be able to stay aloft for a very long time by way of refueling, at least as far as we know. They might have superior things at their disposal. They might have superior things like the BMOP, bunker busting bombs that were just used on Iran. The United States is at war. You all have been watching, I'm sure. And what are your opinions on this? What are your thoughts? Tag me as No White Guilt. President Trump said to watch Trump get pressured into. You could see that he did not want. He wanted to be able to make a deal. He prides himself on making deals. And he wanted to be able to make a deal with Iran, same way he did The first term, although, again, he would have been able to make a deal with Iran that was maybe a win-win, which is the best kind of deal, so that you can revisit deals in the future. Instead, to appease anti-white pigs like the Zionist Laura Loomer and of course Israel and all of the individuals who are supporting Israel and support America's subservience to Israel and all of its needs, desires, wants, aims, concerns, etc. All anti-white pigs. He would have been able to make probably a win-win deal with Iran if he didn't have to go in there and to tear up the JCPOA, the Iran deal, to appease Israel and then kill the general and on and on. Now, make no mistake, what you're not going to get from me is some sort of allyship with Iran. Not friends with Iran. My sole focus in life is Western kind. That's my sole focus. That's all that matters. I don't hate anybody for the way they're born or even dislike anybody for the way they're born. I despise from the marrow of my bones anti-whites, and I couldn't care less what pair of legs they came out of between. I don't care. So I'm not like so many that you're seeing in this back and forth online. God, there are just so many layers to this. Not like so many who hate Israel or who hate Jews, and so therefore they are allies, they're friends or supporters of Iran, or the reverse. You're not going to get that out of me. All I'm going to come into this equation asking and fighting for is the well-being of white people. Now, I want all innocent people to be safe and have wonderful lives. I've always had this as one of my guiding moral principles, and that the only thing that could really incite my ire, and this is how it should be for you, is anti-whiteism, anti-white sentiment. And don't forget, we're going to be talking about how to talk with our brothers and sisters in the world who might be a little bit overly sensitive about anti-whiteism, who might be a little overly sensitive about what's going on right now. But it's a really fascinating time because there is a huge divide in MAGA. And where are the different sides? Well, on one side, you have a big percentage of, it seems to me, a big percentage of anti-white Jews who they love using the white man's intelligence, his creations, and his ingenuity, his money, his etc., for their enrichment, for their betterment, to wipe out the people they don't like. They love it. They're on one side of this equation. The problem with them, if you want to be an actual man or woman of the West, is that they're anti-white. I'm not in their story. You shouldn't be in their story. You shouldn't be their goyim or whatever. Before I left Christianity, where I walked away from organized Christianity, made me an orphaned Christian, one of the things I objected to, while still I was a preteen, was viewing the world as Jews and Gentiles. And I said, no, just instinctually, the spirit of the West spoke through me, as it can and has and will speak through you, and said, absolutely not. That's not the story I'm living in. That's not the story that my creator would force me to live in. That there is the special people and then everyone else on the planet. Just like that on the quick news, the meme I shared where race is a construct. Hell no. There ain't Jews and then everyone else. No, there is us and then everyone else. And if that offends you, then fuck yourself right off. If you find that objectionable, then get the fuck out. I don't care. You've been tolerating it at church when the Jews get to be the special people. And now you're going to tolerate that the Westmen are the special people. We are the ones that the Creator loves the most. How does that sound? A little bit of reversal there. We are the ones that the Creator loves the most. And if you're a Jew right now and you hear me say it, you go, oh my God, then fuck you. And I don't even want to hear about this whole, and but Jason, there's a new covenant, which I don't give a shit. From the beginning, it is not Jews and everyone else. You gotta go back to that book. You got to go back to that book that some of you like to thump on, and you need to change some passages. And don't even look to me and act gut shot that pages can't be changed, because the pages keep getting changed. It never was Judeo-Christianity until anti-whites decided to make it that. So you need to go back to that text and rewrite some passages and then get back with me. Because I am not going to live in a world of it's the Jews and everyone else. Because part of the reason that a giant segment of the white population, especially in America, but all over the world, are given to this illogical support of Israel is the Bible and Christianity telling people that they're the special ones. And it's totally illogical. And you saw Ted Cruz not able to defend this. Those who bless the Jews get blessed by you. Those who bless Western kind get blessed, buddy. That's how the world is going to work in the future if we have anything to do with it. Those who bless the Jews get blessed. And Tucker making a great point in that back and forth. And we're starting there with the Judeo-Christian, not legitimate Christian, but the Judeo-Christian element of this, because it is this tailwind that makes everything that certain percentage of the overall Jewish population want so much easier for them. So Tucker asked the pertinent questions. Like, well, when it says that in the Bible, is it talking about a Jew as Israel and being kind to a Jew? Or is it talking about the current nation state? And of course, Ted Cruz, well, of course, it's the current nation state. This is one of the most popular and celebrated politicians on the right in America. I'm a little worked up. You got to appreciate, you got to understand, nothing that's happening right now is for the good of Western kind. We can have another conversation about, well, is it good for psychos like the Iranians to have weaponry? Look, if I had my druthers, and I'm going to take a look at, and I'm going to get right back to this. If I had my druthers, and I'll get to one of my tweets here, I would not have allowed any other planet, any other country on the planet to have nuclear weapons. None. Zero. If I had my druthers, if I had been in charge, zero. Oh, they're thinking about doing a nuke test? Well, we already have them. Let's just go deliver them. And anybody else who tries to have nuclear tests, we'll just deliver these as well. We'll keep setting them back. It doesn't make... This is the white man's, and I'm going to tell you what, when you get right down to the root of it, this is the white race's fault that there is nuclear proliferation. Because we had this mentality, and we still see it today out of the vast majority of cucks out there. You do in your backyard, and I'll do in my back, as they pull them shorts up a little bit higher. I wonder, Patty, can I get these up over my nipples? Can I get a pair of shorts that will actually cover my nipples next time? Can you add a segment, Patty? He does in his backyard. I was a child. And if any of you were a child, when you found out about this, I want you to give me a tag and give me a hell yes. I was a single-digit child when I learned that America had developed nuclear weapons, atomic weapons. We had built the atom bomb. We had built the hydrogen bomb. Nobody else had them on the planet. As a single-digit child, I said, then how did anybody else get them? As a single-digit child. And they said, well, some couple of Jews stole the all of the knowledge, and then they took it over. And I said, well, so why didn't we just attack? I was single digit saying that. Why didn't we just immediately attack? There wouldn't have to be a big army. There wouldn't have to be just go drop these damn things all over the place. I mean, how many places would you have to drop them on before they see the whole city go up in a mushroom cloud, and they say, okay, if you keep working on the tech, it's going to happen again. If you keep working, it'll keep happening. Meanwhile, my scientists, my engineers would be working hardcore on building more nukes, better, faster, etc. Bigger yield. Jason, that's horrible. Why would you do something because that is safety for the same cuck bitches out there that have said to me in the past that would be horrible are the same people who are supporting Israel right now, doing the same thing to Iran. Think about that for a moment. That is how deep the disease of anti-whiteism is. In the biospirit, in the psyche, in the spirit of the white race. You think you're going to change a leader? You think you're going to vote for I'm going to go cast a vote. You think you're going to go take your rifle and your little handgun and go take on these Star Wars type weapons now that the white man has invented? This has always been a fight over the biospirit of the West. Who's actually going to be the white race? 07's coming in from Anti-Vilification League down under. Big salutes to you, Captain. So yeah, don't give me any, my God, you would drop the bombs? You would kill people for peace? Yes. So if it were my druthers, no one else would have nukes. That would include Israel. We'll get back to that in a moment, though. But so you have this phenomenon, this tailwind of these are the specials. These are the chosen ones, and you've got to serve them every conceivable way. I told you, I have it right here. When Ted Cruz and others are saying we, when they talk about Israel and the United States, they're not saying we, as in the United States, are doing X, Y, or Z in conjunction or etc. with Israel. They are literally saying we, as we are an entity. You have a single entity. You have to serve them to be blessed. America really looks blessed, doesn't it? This is really a great blessing for us. Before I get ahead of myself, and you're not going to get this anywhere else. No one else is going to come at this from the angle of what's best for Western kind, what's best for our destiny, what's best in the process of us recapturing our destiny and therefore our countries. Nowhere else. Everyone else lives inside the anti-white narrative. They're taking a side. Are they for the Jews? Are they for the Arabs, the Muslims? Which are you for? So there's this big split in MAGA right now. On one side, it's really fascinating as I come full circle. You've got all these anti-white Jews. And again, that's not all Jews. And again, the problem with them is the anti-whiteism, not their Jewishness. You got that on one side. You have the Republican establishment on the same side. You have congressmen whose names you don't even know, congressmen and women whose names you don't even know. They do nothing, not only for the white race. No, they're not going to do anything for us. They don't even do anything for America. And they got like Israeli flags and they're like, God bless them, God. Total servitude. We don't just complain about that here, as you'll see with those elsewhere who are living inside not only the anti-white narrative, but very specifically also inside the people's story of Israel and the Jews. Sick race we are. So you have the whole Republican, the swamp is in on this. And who's on the other side? Everybody who voted Trump into office. The millions and millions of people. The primary reasons for voting for Trump were immigration. We're going to close the border. We're going to get rid of all of these people because we are a country and we have an identity. I don't give a shit how nice they are, how hard they work. If the strawberries won't get picked, we have a country and we have an identity. We are not going to become another Mexico. We are not going to just be integrated with Mexico. All of these like turbid definitions of what even is a country anymore. What is a war anymore? They've all blurred the lines of definition. This is what's been done to our language by anti-whites. Nothing is what it is anymore. And everything is what it isn't anymore. That's what they've made of our language. That's what they've made of the white man's specificity. And maybe to some degree, it's like a manic specificity that requires that specific degree to formulate, construct, and maintain Western civilization. But not anymore. And rapidly, increasingly white erased. People voted for Trump for immigration and no more wars. The first time he ran, the second time he ran, and the third time he ran, the vast majority of your average white folk out there and some good non-white people, whatever percentage that is, voted for those two things. We're sick of wars. We're sick of the unending wars. We're sick of the Pearl Wars. We're sick of the Project for a New Century wars that are not serving our interests. How do we know that Iran's nuclear weapon is not our interest? How do you know? How do you know? Let's bring Loomer's hideous. She looks like lives under a bridge somewhere and charges people for crossing it. I swear, if this shtick that she's got going on social media, if this doesn't end up paying enough for her and bringing her enough popularity, she's going to head back under the bridge and go back to charging people going back and forth. I swear, if she's not full troll, she's half troll. Anti-white, and actually seeing people defending her. Outrageous. How do we know that Iran's nuclear weapon program is not an issue for the United States? How do we know? Because our intelligence communities, because our population, because our leaders, our presidents, our congressmen and women, etc., House and Senate, at the federal and at the state, no one talks about it. It's never on our lips. If it were a big threat, if Iran's nuclear weapons program was an actual threat to our hegemony in the region, to our shipping, to our economic posture, and our military posture in that part of the world, in the Middle East, and more toward Asia in the coming years. If it were an issue, our politicians would all be talking about it all the time. Our agencies would be talking about it all the time. The shipping is going to get, the Straits of Hormuz are going to be, and then we won't, and oil price, gas prices will go through the roof. Our bases, our boys will be killed. And I don't care if there are girls there. Don't be in the military. Our boys will be killed over there. Elect me, because there is an enormous threat to all of our boys in uniform in the Middle East, an enormous threat to our position as hegemonic lord over the Middle East. We won't be able to get oil. We won't be able, if Iran develops a nuclear weapon, elect me. And then the other politician would say, no, elect me, because I will do that much more to prevent our hegemony over the Middle East from being interrupted or undermined or circumvented by these Iranian psychos or whatever it is they would say. But that's not happening. That's never happening. It's never been happening. What always happens instead? So this is for you, loomer, troll. This isn't an American issue. It's not an American project. This is a percentage of the overall Jewish population project. That loomer is like the disfigured hood ornament of on social media. That's what it is. Because this always only comes to our attention when they come hustling out, tottering out of Israel. They come tottering out of these like anti-white, these Jewish havens in America that are housing not only Jews, but anti-white Jews. They come tottering out and they're like, oh, Iran, nuclear weapon. You've got to do something quick. We've started a war with them. That's how it comes to our attention. So all of this effort that you see on Fox News, for the love of God, Fox News, they literally had one after the other of reporters saying they absolutely giddy, like they're being tickled, they're horripilating with joy over the U.S. obliterating Iran. And they're all of them say again and again, I was like, my mouth fell further and further open when they're saying, I just got off the phone with my family in Israel. You are a reporter on Fox News, the conservative mainstream outlet, one after the other. I just called my friends down in whatever beach, or my family down in whatever beach in Florida, and we are all giddy with joy over America doing this to Israel's victim. So no, it is not an America project. It is not an America concern. Donald Trump saying supposedly forever that Iran can't have a nuclear weapon was obviously lip service, or not lip service anymore, was obviously statements for the people that give him big money. Jewish donors that are Israel first, who give big money to Donald Trump, as you saw with Ike Perlmutter, Miriam Adelson, so many others. We've named a bunch of them before. We looked up a bunch of them. Hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars for their people. Then you have Elon Musk, a white guy with billions and billions and billions. He makes billions in interest every day, practically. Hyperbole warranted. Doesn't give a flying shit for the white race. So who's the problem? Is it the anti-white Jews? Are they the problem? Do you really want to fix this? Do you really want to put an end to this? Do you really want to put an end to being abused like this or not. Because the problem is not Miriam Adelson loving Jews. The problem is with white people not loving the white race. That's the problem. The problem is not with Ike Perlmutter centering Jews before America and everybody else who lives here. The problem is with white people not centering white people. That's the problem. That's what you have to remedy. And here's the other fact that really galls the ever-living hell out of me. I shall stick with that, and then we'll come back to... We'll stick with this. This is my tweet. When America was a white country and the only country in the world with nuclear weapons, it didn't stop other countries from building them. America got nukes in 45, Russia 49, China, an actual threat to the U.S., got nukes in 64. We could have, and you could look at China, and for a very long time, just to pause there for a second, you could look at China for a very long time and see a considerable threat to the well-being of the white race. In 64, they obviously weren't anywhere close to the power and control that they wield today. But in China, you have a very bright population, a very committed population, a very strictly controlled population that can be put to work on specific tasks. That is dangerous as all hell for our well-being. And yet in 64, you allow that nation to start producing nuclear weapons? That is insane. But once again, the white race, you do in your backyard, we'll do in ours. Israel, Mordecai, thank God for Mordecai Vanunu, got them nukes in 66. Again, didn't build them on their own. At least that's my opinion. Check it out for yourselves. At this point, Israel and the Israeli people, by way of many of their leaders and terrorist gangs like the Irgun, had demonstrated that they were a belligerent, bellicose, pugnacious people. And you're going to allow them to have nuclear weapons? India got them in 74. People who can't even stop shitting in the streets. More people defecate. I've seen the data. You'll have to look it up for yourself and see if I didn't look at false data. More people defecate in the city, in the streets, in some cities in India than the rest of the world. But look it up for yourself. Make sure I've got it right. You don't stop them from nukes. How about this? Totally psychotic and an actual threat to the United States. The Pakistanis got nukes in 1998. How do you not? By 98, we could just press buttons over here. You wouldn't have to go over there and risk any lives of our airmen. Not a single American. You just tell the psychotic Pakistanis, no. They are, I mean, if you look, the Iranians are far more civilized than the Pakistanis. You could have just, but they weren't a threat to Israel. Nothing's done. Another totally psychotic group of people and an actual threat to the United States, North Korea. In 2006, the white race does nothing. I guess white lives don't matter. Apparently, white lives don't matter. Because when nations on planet Earth that hate us, that have demonstrated deep psychosis, when they get the weapons that can obliterate our whole cities, snuff out white people by the millions with a single blast, and for generations to come, America doesn't do shit. Nothing. But when Israel claims that there is a threat to them posed by nuclear weapons, now America has to break out every tool available. Some of the brightest, highest tech on planet Earth has to be immediately employed to protect them, because their lives do matter. Why do their lives matter? Why do their lives matter to the white politicians and non-white politicians in America? Why do their lives matter to both political parties? And don't give me any of this garbage that I'm seeing elsewhere, that Kamala would have been at war in Iran in the first month for Israel. Are you kidding? Trump was the only way this, and then the idea that, well, if Kamala went to war, then all of the Republicans would oppose the war in Iran? Are you listening to the Republicans? Are you looking at the entities who finance the Republicans? Are you looking at, do you really think Ted Cruz is going to come out and say, absolutely no, no war for Israel? If Kamala wants it, no war for Israel. The same guy who just said that God told humanity for all time that we have to defend and die for the nation state of Israel. These people are just merchants on the right, peddling their grift so it keeps rolling in, with a bunch of dysfunctional losers who drink in their slop content. That's what it's all about for them. I say, so stopping Iran from having a nuclear weapon is not an American project. It's an Israeli and some Jewish American project. America is in this war because some American and Israeli Jews said jump. And the American government said, how high? And the whole world knows it. The whole world can see it. Something else that really angers me about this is this. Islam will control the UK, I write, and France within one lifetime. So back it up. Back it up, bitches. Because anti-whiteism dominates Western countries. White people are injured in myriad ways, physically, mentally, and spiritually, every single day, from brand new babies all the way up to our senescent and wizened elderly. We are victimized every single day. We are being white erased from our countries. Everywhere we look, we're being white erased. But that's okay. Now, if Islam having nukes was an issue, then wouldn't the Islamification of Western civilization be an issue? Wouldn't that be something that we would say, whoa, if we drop 14, and that's all that we know, it might be more than 14 of these BMOP bunker busting bombs on Iran, then isn't it more so that Iran can't have a single bomb, a single nuclear weapon? Isn't it more of an issue that we prevent Islam from influencing France, that has a shit ton of nuclear weapons? Or what about the UK? I mean, France has, like, somebody look it up, 500 nuclear missiles, ICBMs. England has like 400 ICBMs. And every single day, Islam has a greater influence, and Arabs in general, a greater influence over those two countries and more Western countries as well. I mean, for God's sakes, they're even looking to build a Islam only, virtually, city in Texas, of all places. I guess the stars and stripes are not big and bright in Texas anymore, deep in the heart of Texas. I guess it's more like the crescent moon now is big and bright deep in the heart of Texas. Why is that? When we talk about numerical diffidence and numerical courage in Go Free, the Go Free practice, you got to hurry up, bro. You got to hurry up. When we talk about that, we filled out the definitions with the ideology of a people potentially empowering or disempowering said people. So, if Arabs are in the West and they're practicing Islam, which is an empowering religion, so magnifying their numbers many-fold, and it has demonstrated that there's no denying that. If they are in the West and they're practicing Islam, their number for numerical courage can be much lower, especially since this is more like algebra. And you can look on the other side of the equation and say, well, what is the host population, the creator population of the West? What's the ideology animating them? Well, the ideology animating them is anti-whiteism, which weakens us relative to all of the other peoples. So you have Arabs coming in, and of course there are going to be a lot of good Arabic people, even Arabic people practicing Islam that want nothing to do with this percentage that gets all of the news and gains the power and etc. So it's like that with all groups in humanity. But if you have Arabs coming in and they're practicing Islam, a religion that empowers them greatly, relative to the white host creator population practicing an ideology that disempowers us, it ain't going to be long. It'll be a single lifetime if we do not assert our interests and our white well-being as a people, not abstractions, not in keeping with something white guys have written at some point in the past, not with referencing the Magna Carta, okay? Not with referencing the Constitution, but referencing our physical selves, our identity, our manifest destiny. If we do not push back in a single lifetime, they will have such influence over France and England that those weapons and their targets will be greatly determined by those folks. But what's it today? It's the now. It's the Iran right now. It ain't the nukes in these Western countries where white people are getting obliterated. It's a good thing when white people are being white erased. That's good. That'll become problematic for Israel and these Israel supporting anti-white Jews only when these people start bad-mouthing Jews and they have the trigger. Only then will it become an issue for them. It won't matter how many of you suffer, how many of your white asses get white erased. They're not going to care for you, and why should they? Islam will control the UK and France within one lifetime if we don't stop them. Islam is spreading across the totality of the West, including the US. Yet, we are supposed to believe that we can't allow Islamists in Iran to have nuclear weapons because they will nuke US cities for opposing Islam? The great Satan. The UK and France are full of nukes that will soon be in the hands of Islamists, or at least heavily influenced by them. This is not, in my opinion, this is not about the good of America, much less the good of the white race. This is about Israel and the treasonous anti-white Jews like Laura Loomer, who put Israel before America. That is something that can only be arrested in specifically talking about here. Jewish people putting Jewish interests ahead of this country. Not all Jews will do that, but the Jews who do, that can only be arrested when we become a people that will not be arrested by complaining and saying it's not fair and talking about how bad they are and how they've always been bad or any of this other garbage. Do you want to actually do something? Where is the actual white race? Where are the actual men and women of the white race? Children. U.S. drops. Now, according to this was yesterday. And I told folks yesterday, you can't believe, there's no way any of these numbers are true. Why would the American military give you the truth? So yesterday it was 6. Today it's 14 MMOPs. 14 of them. The actual number? Who knows? The actual number of sites hit? Who knows? So 14 of the bunker busting bombs, 30 of the Tomahawks missiles that they fired from our nuclear submarines, highest tech on planet Earth. The bombs delivered by the highest tech on planet Earth. Our tech, never serving our interests. Never. Idiocy to believe it was just 14. Idiocy to believe it was just 30 Tomahawk missiles. Idiocy to believe that it was only those targets. This is sanitized for the population. You want the truth? Become a people. This speech that Trump gave made me sick. This is supposed to be we voted him into office. We voted him into office for no more wars. Obviously, everybody who voted him into office for no more wars would support defending the United States, not Israel. We are sick of it. Lifetimes of servitude, obsequious servitude, lifetimes of Netanyahu showing up, Satan Yahoo, as Yiz likes to say. Showing up, he comes and doddering in. I've not worked at imitating him. Perhaps I should. Seen him so many times, and these other prime ministers from Israel show up, and it's like, and they have tried to kill your president, and they're going, if they get a nuclear bomb, it will eventually be Israel, but it will also be New York, Miami, Washington, D.C., and they've tried to assassinate your beloved president twice. They even hate your mother. They've said horrible things about your mom. So you have to help us destroy them. You just want to slap the shit out of that used car salesman. Showing up again and again. And here we arrive at the issue where the Israelis started a war with Iran that they could not finish. The Israelis don't have these BMOPs. We've given them, the United States, not us, we've been fleeced of a much smaller bunker buster that could not reach any of these targets. So instead, they focused on their bombing, widespread bombing, to cripple Iran's ability to retaliate against them with surface-to-surface missiles, with their jets, to cripple their radar systems of the various types so that they could fly with impunity across the country. And not only that, be able to show up at America's doorstep and say, hey, you'll be able to fly there with impunity too. Time for you to, hey, get in there, big boy. Time for you to go wrap this up, America. Time for you to go sully your reputation a little bit more. Time for you to emasculate the white race a little bit more, because that's what this is. When you are, and this is generally speaking for our people as a whole, the injury of using us like a whore is an emasculization. That's what this is. That's what we see time and time again. Our whole lives, we have had to watch this. We have had to suffer the indignity of this immaculization over and over. Is service to other people. It's not just anti-white Jews. It's anti-white black people in the black population, anti-white Jews in the Jewish population, anti-white Arabs in the Arab population, anti-white Hispanics in the Hispanic population. Everything of us poured out, and there's nothing we can do about it. That is a deep psychological wound to a people used like that. Imagine if this were happening to any other group of people, how anti-whites would howl to the full moon covered in fur. They would howl to the full moon about the psychological, spiritual injury and demasculization of their populations by using their ingenuity and their intelligence and their lives for your benefit. For fuck's sake! The white race, like every other race on earth, participated in slavery, human chattel slavery, before we put an end to it. And the anti-whites have told us and injured us with white guilt our whole lives, white guilting us, that was the most inhumane thing that you could do to a people, because you were stealing their lives. You were stealing their labors from them. This theft is not just of our labor. It's not just of our dignity. This is of our destiny. This is of our ingenuity. This is of our creativity. This is of our industry. This is all of us bent over and hoard out for every other group of man on planet Earth. And in this case, most salient, the anti-whites in the Jewish population. Sick and tired of it. Fuck you and your fucking wars. And at the same time, I can say, I want all innocent Jewish people who aren't anti-white, innocent Jews in Israel, to be uninjured and loved and have fulfilling lives. Children and holidays and birthdays, weddings. I want all that for all people. That's my genuine sentiment. That's not what's happening here. I'm being raped again and again, emasculated again and again, stripped of my dignity again and again. Never us fighting for ourselves. Never our well-being. Our tech for our well-being. There would be, ladies and gentlemen, if we controlled, think about this for a moment, if we controlled our destiny and therefore our countries and the weaponry and everything else that goes with it, there would be total peace on planet Earth. The white race, as you can see on planet Earth, would get, as you can see by the proliferation of nuclear weapons, would continue to have a your backyard, our backyard. mentality. We would use our weaponry to put an end to the virus. We would not allow India and Pakistan to have nuclear weapons and potentially jeopardize the environment of the entire world with their spat amongst themselves. We would remove that as a threat to the world, as a threat to mankind. The white race would collectively go to India and Pakistan, France, the UK, the United States, Australia, Germany. Could you imagine Germany, ingenuity, intelligence unleashed? We would all go to India and Pakistan and say, look, we can shoot down all of your nuclear weapons from orbit before they even get out of their launching bays. We could blow them up in your own countries. So you're going to turn them all over to us. You can still hate each other, but we're not going to allow one side or the other to conquer the other one. There's not every single conflict between you two, you will come to us and we will make the most equitable conclusion for both sides. You are not going to jeopardize planet Earth over Pakistani versus Indian. That's what the world would be like. It would be nirvana if the white race were in charge of our destiny. Instead, it is an inferno. It is Dante's deepest hell. Because we don't control our destiny. Because we are used and abused like a cheap street whore. That is what angers healthy white people. Not that Jews are born Jewish, or that Israeli Jews want to protect their country, or that Iranians are born Iranian, or that they want to protect their country. We are sick of being whored out. Do you hear me, Trump? And then he comes out and says this. I'm not playing the whole thing. I don't know if they have the whole thing. They probably do. But at the end, he makes sure to say, God bless Israel.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
All right, let's see what it says down here. U.S. military dropped 6 bunker buster. We now are being told 14. It's, by the way, the only thing I could find online was years ago there was a claim, and perhaps you can find something else. There was a claim that the U.S. had 30 of these BMOPs. So that's half almost. Did they use 20? Did they use all 30? Here's something else to consider. Talking about being emasculated and raped and abused by anti-whites in the Jewish population. As glaring and salient of a raping as it can be. It took us not only the ingenuity and creativity of the white race, the industry, the time, all of the multifarious, incomprehensible parts, dynamic, kinetic parts, working together, but also $500 billion of our dollars to develop the technology of the BMOP. So, our genetics, it took our biospirit, it took our intelligence, it took our creativity, it took all of the other invisible but operating and kinetic elements of our instinct, of the West that we've built, plus $500 billion to develop the tech. That should be all ours. It should never be used for anyone else. If America wants to set up a gas station, if we were in charge of our destiny and America decided, well, we're going to set up a gas station in the Middle East and we got to drop a couple of these. At least it would be in our interest. We're not getting shit out of this. More pain, more suffering, more theft of our intelligence, of our creativity, of our money, of our lives, of our dignity, of our continuity from our inception of our countries. More theft. These doddering Israeli dogs. And they cost $4 million a piece to build. So all of that tech, the U.S. went over there, and you probably know, I don't know if it'll say here, President Trump either sent some B-2 spirits. This is the flying wing. By the way, does anybody know where the original design, where the United States, the white scientists, United States engineers got started working on the B-2 Spirit? Do you know where that started? Does anybody want to look up the Horton 223? Maybe have a look at that. So the planes are flying, or the orders were given to fly to Guam. I hear these people online. They're such idiots. Alien Exists is not an idiot. He is with us. Good to see you over there on Premium Rumble. I hear these people talking. They can't get their compass, these content creators, they can't get their compass directions correct. But they have colossal audiences. This is astonishing. So anyhow, flying supposedly to Guam, and maybe this will clear things up. But then in reality, B-2 Spirits flew from Missouri directly to Iran. So kind of giving a little fake along the way as well, with Trump saying, you got 2 weeks, or within 2 weeks, I'll make my decision. And then 3 days later or something, the B-MOPs start dropping out of the sky like it's raining cats and dogs. U.S. military dropped 14 bunker buster bombs on Iran's Fordo nuclear enrichment plant Saturday night, hit 2 other key sites, with President Trump declaring the facility hidden nearly 300 feet beneath a mountain completely obliterated. Trump announced the historic airstrike days after Israel initiated. And here's the blurring of definitions. Oh, this isn't a war. Oh no, that's not warfare. That's just ghetto Trump. He's just pulling a drive-by. Ghetto Trump just pulling a drive-by. I watch, they'll make a commercial. You watch, they're going to make a pro-Trump commercial, and there's going to be some black guy rapping about Trump's drive-by, ultimate drive-by, and all the white cucks, especially the used-up white women that are all faked up online with the fake everything, and then the filters even on top of that, and they're going to be like, yeah, and the camera will be like here and jugs, and they're going to be playing this black guy's rap song about ghetto Trump, ultimate drive-by. Sickening. Trump, and by the way, people are saying that, oh, you can't make comparisons to Iraq and Bush, which, by the way, when Trump ran the entire time, maybe you remember, he talked about how that was entire folly to get involved. First Iraq war, second Iraq war, regime changing. Total folly, should never be done again. If he's president, he'll never do anything like that. And there's a neat little coincidence. I don't know. I don't think this article I haven't read yet, so it might be in it. But one of the, and maybe that's an inappropriate way to say it, the number 2 guys in the Iranian leadership, their defense minister, I think he is. His name is Tariq Nazirada, something like that. The number 2 guy in Iraq was Tariq Aziz. This is unconnected, obviously, but it really is tasting like the exact same thing all over again. Historic airstrikes. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites. Okay, whatever, blah, blah, blah. There they were over in the western part of Iran. A full payload of bombs dropped on the primary site, Fordo. Okay, got it. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, we're hearing about the B-2 Spirits. I wouldn't be surprised if we're not hearing about it, those F-117 Nighthawks as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a shit ton of them involved as well. I mean, no cost is too high for anti-white Jews. I mean, come on. No danger to us. No raping and pillaging of our weaponry, of our intelligence is too great. Break it all out. And in the things that we won't know about, maybe ever, the tech that maybe we'll learn about in 30 years, 50 years. I mean, we are well past time to finally hear about other stuff that's already in the U.S. arsenal. So that's been in use for 20, 30 years. The president addressed the nation at 10 p.m. Saturday, saying from the White House that our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity. Got it. Tonight I can report it's destroyed. Great. Iran's key nuclear enrichment. How many times are you going to say the same shit? The president said 40 years Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. Well, they've been saying, obviously, death to America in their conflict with Israel because America is Israel's bitch. America is totally Israel's bitch. The whole world sees it. Everyone knows it. They say jump, America says how high. That's all there is. So, of course, they're also going to say death to America. And that's not defending Iran. If Iran was a threat to the white race, I would evaporate them if I were in charge. That's how favorable I am of them. If I were in charge and they were a threat to the white race, if I were in charge of America and they were a threat to our brothers and sisters in Australia, I would evaporate Iran. No questions asked. Just like Ike Perlmutter. Just like so many of these others, Bill Ackman. Just like Peter Thiel. Just like so many of these others do for Jews. I would do the same thing for the white race. And then he gets in trying to make this pathetic case. We've lost over 1,000 people and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world fighting for Israel. Where is our $0 gasoline? We fought 2 colossal wars in the Middle East with the other threat to Israel, the other group of people that is Israelis and anti-white Jews in America didn't like, the Iraqis. Where is our $0 gasoline? Because if it had been for us, we would have $0 gasoline. We would have said, this chunk of Iraq is called American gas. And we would just be pumping it every day, all day. It would be the effect of free energy. Imagine what that would do. In all seriousness, imagine what that would do for our countries. Cheap to almost zero expense. 5 cents a gallon gasoline. 1 cent a liter. Imagine what that would do. How that would unleash our economies. How many months a year you'd have to actually work, and then the other months you'd get to take vacation, actually live your life. That's what a leadership of a white country should be concerning itself with, the lives of the people. What kind of lives are they living? Well, if you look across the West, especially in the United States, the lives they live, just speaking about the economy, because we talk so often about the physical, mental, and spiritual victimization, just talking about the economy, we work dawn till dusk from the moment we get nigh or at adulthood until we're almost dead. Almost all of us. We get almost no time with the people that matter in our lives. We spend a giant chunk of our lives lamenting that we didn't spend more time with the people we love. But how could you? What would our problems in the West look like if we controlled our destiny instead of anti-white Jews and anti-white blacks and anti-white white people and anti-white Hispanics and on and on? Could you imagine the politicians debating about how we get more time with the people we love? How we're able to manipulate the economy of our countries so that we can have more time of our own lives, of which we only get one. Could you imagine? That would be the conversations our politicians would be talking. You can't even fathom what a healthy white race and country would look like. You're swimming in the deep sea of anti-whiteism. You don't know there's anything beyond the water. Nope. No gas station, no America gas coming out of Iraq. We got nothing. We get to pay bills to police the puppet government in Iraq so that Israel can be happy. That's what we get to do. Police with our life. And this motherfucker is going to tell us about, well, they've killed some of our service members over there. Well, if our service members weren't there serving Israel, maybe they wouldn't have died. We're not getting anything. We get the bills. We get the body bags and the bills. That's what we get out of this deal. Netanyahu. It's in America's interest. Fuck you. Ugly ass piece of shit. I hope the opposition party over there executes your ass. I hope the opposition party executes you. Filthy POS. Body bags and bills. That's all we're getting out of Iraq. You know what? That's all we're going to get out of Iran too. Because the Iranians pointed out something that, of course, these anti-white Jews in Israel and in America, anti-whites among the totality of the Jewish population, they already knew. You can't kill the knowledge. You can't destroy the knowledge. You can hunt to kill as many scientists as you can, which Israel is doing. They're killing scientists left and right. They're killing educators left and right in Iran. By way of deception, by way of bombs. But they'll always be able to educate a new group. The knowledge will always be somewhere now that they have it. With, by the way, North Korea intimating that they might just give Iran the info to finish off and build their own nuke. You know that? Did you know that was just said? And Netanyahu was asked about that, and he just said no comment. You want to bet that suddenly North Korea is going to become an issue? You want to bet? I mean, this little psycho over there, how many American troops do we have in South Korea? A war that is still ongoing. You know there was never a peace treaty. The declaration of war never ended. The Korean War is still ongoing. Look it up for yourself. He's got missiles that can reach the west coast of the United States. I mean, granted, some of those cities should probably get a suntan. But he's got missiles that can reach. How often is North Korea talked about? Very little. North Korea became a thing during Trump's first administration when he wanted a big photo op that he got to cool down Rocket Man a little bit. Remember that? It was all about the look at me, I can make a great deal. I can chill this guy out. How much do you want to bet? If North Korea is not just talking crap, but they're literally thinking about supplying Iran with the tech to finish off a warhead, maybe even providing some of the tech, you want to believe that suddenly North Korea will be an existential threat to the United States. They can actually hit this country. You want to bet? And it'll have nothing to do with this country. And even more so, obviously, nothing to do with the well-being of the white race. But the knowledge can't be erased, which means there's a possibility here that boots will have to be on the ground in Iran. Not guaranteed, though. Not guaranteed. Why is that, Jason? The reason why it's not a guarantee is because an objectively crippled Iran that continues in that very Arabic way of deep and comical hyperbole and histrionics. It's just totally ridiculous. They can be talking about getting rid of red light cameras, and their politicians will be like, blood will run in the streets, because that's just how they roll, all right? But a objectively crippled Iran continuing to talk trash like that would be a very useful tool to anti-whites in the Jewish population, wouldn't it? They'd be able to keep coming back. Existential threat. They're going to hit New York. They're going to hit Washington, D.C. They're going to hit San Francisco. Be a very useful, toothless tool to the anti-whites in the Jewish population. That's one line of thinking that I could see people in the government of Israel. I could see the Miriam Adelsons out there concluding with their billions and billions of dollars from casino money, which victimizes the white race, all races that end up gambling their lives away. But if you go to these casinos, they are full. The biggest moneymakers are the white senior citizens who gamble every single dollar away. They're getting their money that you're paying out that you won't get in their old age. They were promised, and you were promised, they'll get it from your work, but you won't get it. They're using that money. The vast majority, white senior citizens in there, just playing away. They come in. I've talked to these people in this line of business who know what they're talking about. And they say the white old people coming in, they'll come in when the doors open. They'll sit down with all their money. They'll play from dawn till it closes. Dawn until the place closes. That money ain't theirs. They're paid out already. If you've ever looked at the Social Security, they're paid out within a few years. That's your hard-working ass paying for them to play gambling and making Miriam Adelson a multi-billionaire. So the Miriam Adelsons out there could think to themselves, yes, let's keep this defanged Iran talking shit so that we can keep going back to the well. Another possibility here is that they could come to is that, hey, it's true. They could develop some sort of radiological weapon, maybe not like an ICBM, maybe not a surface-to-surface missile that would have to be big and in everybody's face while it's being built, and therefore easier for us to detect. Maybe they'll just build dirty bombs, which would be harder for us anti-whites in the Jewish population to detect. And then maybe they'll smuggle them in to Israel and set them off. And then radiation goes everywhere. Chernobyl style, 3 Mile Island style. If they go down that stream of thought, then the natural conclusions will be there need to be boots on the ground. We need to be able to look directly with force at everything that's happening there. That means another puppet regime. And irrespective of what Donald Trump is saying today, this is the end of it, no more boot. It is the end of it, he's saying, for the United States. Israel has not stopped bombing. Hospitals, supposedly, they're bombing. Power plants, they're bombing. What about the people on life support? Media is not talking about that, are they? What about what temperature is it in Iran? Are the elderly dying from the heat when the power goes off and you can't get it back because there's no power line to fix? There just ain't no power stump. There ain't no power station. Israel's destroyed it. Runways being blown up, the movement of goods across the country, like medicine. Nobody's talking about that and the effects that it has. Oh, but if it in any way redounded to the benefit of white people's well-being, we would be white guilted all day long about how poor Iranian, old and sick, and children with cancer, we would all be plastered on our TVs, have our eyes glazed with images of little Iranian children with cancer and on chemotherapy, and now they're dead because white people bombed their power plant. White people bombed the runway, and the medicine couldn't be brought to them. Now they're all dead white people. And then a vast majority of white women of both sexes would come running up. Oh, look at what's happened to their little brown kids. Let's bring them into the U.S. That way they can get their medicine on our dime. Oh, will it make it harder to get our white babies the medicine? Well, we got to share. So there's that stream of thought. If that's the case, maybe not today. Maybe the U.S. doesn't land troops there today. But maybe Trump gets backed into another situation. He was backed into this. He was cornered by anti-whites in the Jewish population. I believe that he did not want any sort of warfare. I believe that he was honestly done with that. But Israel initiated the war knowing they could not complete the mission, and that they would then compel, by cornering Trump, to complete the mission for them. And that is exactly what played out. Kind of a nice thing when you have a people and you elevate your intelligence to the top. There's been, over the years, and I've been privy to, whatever you think you know about Jews, I've been hammered in the face by more of it. I've been here for decades. I've been told for decades, you got to know every single thing about the Jews. Look, you got to learn this, you got to learn that, you got to learn this. There was an interesting phenomenon that I learned about when it came to intelligent Jews. The most intelligent, especially among their religious circles, would be encouraged, and on the other end, same from the other end, by the wealthiest businessmen to breed. We'll just leave it at breed, to marry and have children. But it is like breeding because the intent was intelligent children. We can look at Iran and they clearly are not breeding for intelligence. They probably have geniuses. I'm sure they do. Geniuses in Iran, but they ain't geniuses in charge. This is the dumbest footing imaginable that these leaders took. What do we see in the white race? Same dumb shit you see in Iran. Same dumb shit. The most intelligent is not elevated. Oh, people who present academics as effete as they can be are elevated. Oh yeah, they get all kinds of attention. They're celebrated and elevated. Never anything aggressive coming out of such people. Never. You need to. Academics have a place in this world, and it is behind the intelligent doers. The academics can come in and say, here is why the intelligent doers have it right. Not leadership. No one who is effete. Now, I get it, like we had last week. Somebody said, just wish Jason didn't have to always be so angry. Well, obviously, I'm not always so angry, but this is what masculinity looks like. This is what, and I can say this aggressively in public because I can whoop ass. That's what you need in leadership. Not effete, feminine, academic cowards. That's what you see in Iran, that the brightest have not been elevated to leadership. This Khamenei must be dumb as rocks. And the others around him, dumb as rocks. Selfishness probably elevated them up through that religion. And they're not interested in the actual well-being of their totality of their population because they clearly have not brought the most intelligent to strategize, to formulate. But that's not what seems to happen, at least with some Jews in the Jewish population. We see a Jew in this community. This community looks out at the world, and we see a Jew who plagiarizes me and creates a book that is practically the same ideas, except takes the white element out of it and turns the concepts into abstractions. What happens for him in his community? Well, his book is garbage. It's actual garbage. No, I'm not even kidding. It's actual useless garbage. But his community elevate him. He is this powerful thinker for them. So they elevate. He's great. He is brilliant. He's written up in all their magazines. His producers of shows on Fox and elsewhere, they immediately call him, yes, come on. His book goes onto the New York Times bestseller list, offering nothing of actual value for your basic conservatives or nationalists or patriots. He makes $1 million+ off the book alone. What happens in the white race? Well, a white guy, masculine white guy comes up. By the way, this Jew, he was more of a masculine. He's an academic now, but in his younger years, he presents his younger years as him being more masculine. And there he is elevated by Jews, fellow Jews, whether those fellow Jews are anti-white or just regular folks. What happens in the white race is the white guy creates something that works for white people, and the white race gets deeply jealous, slanders the ever-living shit out of me, tells no one, there's no invites, not only on the Fox News, No invites on the Fox News. There's no invites to people with 5,000 followers on YouTube. Not interested. So the white race is the problem. You could blame Jews all you want. You're just a loser. You're just a fucking loser. It's your fault. That's the hard pill. There are many targets left. Tonight was the most difficult of them all, and perhaps the most lethal. So many targets left. There you have it. As I said, they flew from Missouri and hit Iran from the west. So for all of these conservatives that keep saying that they faked from the west and attacked from the east, learn your compass direction. For the love of God. I mean, I feel like we should do one of those Mark Dice tests on these merchants on the right and show them a map and say, of the world, with none of the countries named, and say, show us where Guam is. Show us where Iran is. So there you have B2 Spirit and the bunker busting bombs. So we hit upon the most important point, which is that this is a deep injury to the white race. Look at that beautiful piece of machinery built by the white race. Let me tell you, created by the white race, the ingenuity and intelligence, money of the white race. This is us. That is us in the air. That should be defending us. Should only ever be used for our interest. Every healthy white man, not only in America, but the world, will have felt emasculated by the use of our weaponry. And let me tell you, for another group of people, let me tell you something. If you have never stood before a piece of machinery that the white race has created purely for the purpose of killing, in other words, preserving the white race, white well-being. If you've never done it, I will tell you, it is the most humbling and impressive thing that you will ever witness in life. That's why we have to speak to what's going on. That's why we have to be able to approach, why the lesson of the day is being able to approach even those overly sensitive in our circles, because this is not going to change. Is, as I titled this gathering, is the relationship between America and Israel harmed in some ways, a little bit in the short term? This is so overtly, so evidently in the interest of Israel. Because why can people feel this? Because our politicians, when they're running for office, are not always talking about the threat to America and American bases and American interests and the $1 gasoline from our American gas station in Iraq that doesn't exist. So we don't hear people, our politicians, constantly talking about this threat. We only know of it when Israel comes running up and says, you better fight them because they'll kill you at some point. They want you dead. So a little bit. The reputation is harmed a little bit. That relationship is harmed a little bit. But it's not going to stop it. They'll polish it right back up. Netanyahu or his successor, they'll show up in the U.S. and they'll talk about their deep love and gratitude, their deep love for the American people and the United States. Do anything for us. And a ton of white people that are bent out of shape now will accept that essentially as an apology. Will there continue to be disgruntled losers, powerless, without money, without intelligence, dysfunctional, who, or will, maybe better to say, in that population, will there be a high percentage of them who will continue to hate Israel and hate Jews? Of course. That ain't going to stop the power wielded. It's not going to make a dent over the power wielded by the anti-whites within the total Jewish population and the anti-whites within the white population. This right here should actually be a weapon of peace. It should be long by now ensuring the peace on planet Earth. No country able to go to war that the West, the white race, Western kind, won't allow to go to war on planet Earth. We would have ended suffering. Because this puppy can reach out and get you anywhere on the planet. Not only, though, does this deep injury caused by bitching us out, not only is that enough, emasculation, it actually gets worse. When we turn our sights back on the US of A, you remember that while the anti-white left was in charge of the country for 4 years, they began white erasing, among many other things, the names of bases so that these bases could be renamed in honor of non-whites, even non-white people that had never done anything interesting. Just any non-whites. And the Trump administration and Trump repeatedly said, oh, we're going to change all them names back. He got in office and he was like, Gulf of America, right? Then he got up the other day and on the news he said, and Fort Lee is going to be named Fort Lee again. And everybody said, yes, fantastic. Trump's really punching back. This is the cultural victory. Of course, here we're saying, well, in another 4 years, the anti-whites will just change it back. They'll just change it back to the two black people, the do-nothing blacks that they had renamed Fort Lee for. Gets worse. Trump was double dealing us. It's going to be named Fort Lee, but not Robert E. Lee, not General Robert E. Lee. No, it's going to be named after Private Fitz Lee. And there he is. And if you have a hard time seeing that, yeah, he's black. When the U.S. Army announced on June 10 that it was changing the names of 7 bases back to their earlier designations, it skipped over one major milestone. Fort Lee in Virginia will now be the first base to be named after a Buffalo soldier. Remember, they were black. The bases reverted back to their names, which had previously honored Confederate leaders, although with one new non-Confederate namesake. This is the biggest insult imaginable. So right in the midst of being emasculated by anti-whites and compelling us to fight for another people's interests and another people's well-being and another people's enrichment, back here at home, we are stabbed in the back by the Trump administration. Cute little joke. They're counting on the dumbass white population hearing Fort Lee and thinking it's General Robert E. Lee, while at the same time turning toward the anti-white population, specifically the black population, and saying, don't worry, wink, wink. This is one of your guys. Fitz Lee, a private Fitz Lee, a Buffalo soldier. Fitz Lee fought in the Spanish-American War and earned the Medal of Honor as a private for his action in Cuba. Now, I wonder if it's kind of like today, where they hand out medals of honor for nothing. They hand out diplomas and degrees for nothing. And you know the answer is yes. I mean, why did the American government bother to put this Buffalo soldier phenomenon together? Well, it was to provide the structure behind the lines. You can go ahead and look up Buffalo soldiers and what they did primarily. It was for all the background stuff so that they could put more soldiers, more white guys out on the front lines, more soldiers to combat, fewer white guys having to be concerned with delivering mail, making food, cleaning up, janitorial services, etc. Buffalo soldiers, here we come. Now, some Buffalo soldiers and different regiments end up in some conflict. And so, hey, what's a better way? I mean, I wasn't at this incident where he earned the Medal of Honor. So maybe it's all perfectly legitimate, or maybe the standards were a little lower for the Medal of Honor for him. But what a better way to get more black people to join the military than to send home and to celebrate. The white race has done this a lot, by the way, with non-white people. This decorated veteran, this private, honoring him with the Medal of Honor. He was in the Spanish-American War, earned the Medal of Honor for his actions in Cuba when he helped to rescue some trapped soldiers. So, I mean, that doesn't sound like Audie Murphy against the Germans. Doesn't sound like Audie Murphy. Doesn't sound like Sergeant York. How many Germans did Sergeant York capture from the best of the best on planet Earth? The soldiers of Germany, some of the best on planet Earth. How many did York capture? By himself to get the Medal of Honor. But this guy participated in the rescue of a couple of soldiers. So he got a Medal of Honor. Let's see. It says here, 4 regiments of the black soldiers, the Buffalo soldiers, were formed by the United States government after the War for Southern Independence. And they were put out on the western frontier. This goes into a historian talking. You can research it all on your own about the Buffalo soldiers. So this fort in Virginia, Robert E. Lee's home, where Robert E. Lee was offered command of the entire United States Army. And he said no. The only thing that the Confederate States of America was offering was not command of the entire, nowhere close to being in charge of the entire Confederate States of America military. But the American government said, you can have command of you are such an epic individual. You can have command of the entire United States military. And he said, no, I cannot wage war against my fair Virginia. That's how much of a superhero, an honorable guy, Robert E. Lee was. And meanwhile, across Virginia, at the state and federal level, they're taking his name off of everything. A state he loved more than everything else on planet Earth. Choosing what potentially was certain death in fighting a defensive war against the industrialized, invading United States with, 5-6 times the population? Not a chance. And he chose that side. There can be no more of a romantic, heroic Westman than Robert E. Lee. And so now the anti-whites get in charge during Biden, and they're like, we're just going to white erase flick it right off the name of this base, and then they replaced it with two also ran black people that did nothing at all. I read the thing. I couldn't find anything notable that the two black people that ended up having their names on the base had done. They were just black, from what I could tell, and in the military. So meanwhile, the Republicans step up and they're like, don't worry, we're going to restore that base to the name Lee, to the white population. Over here to the black population, the anti-white blacks, because I'm sure there are black people who were like, in the South especially, who love Robert E. Lee, and they would be pissed. But they said to the anti-white blacks, don't worry, we mean Private Fitz Lee. Jokes on them dumb white asses over there. Absolutely despicable beyond imagination. So you had the anti-whites on the left. The anti-whites on the left, white erased. This beautiful soul that I have read is studied in, and probably not anymore because of the white erasure, or not soon, but that is studied in military academies all over Western civilization. This guy. And they're like, anti-whites on the right, they're like, nah, his name's not going back on that fort in Virginia, the land he loved more than anything on planet Earth. No. It's this black dude who helped with rescue a couple of prisoners. Great. We're going to take a very short break. We're going to come right back with swashbuckling. Use this opportunity to tweet, retweet, quote tweet, post the stream elsewhere. We're going to be talking about the lesson of the day coming up and what you can do. This is the real education part. What you can do to make a difference in the lives of those around you who are overly sensitive about statements, heretical statements toward anti-whiteism. We'll be right back.
I tried to be fair, but you don't believe in doing your share. But I've learned my lesson, and now I can see the white guilt in my heart is dying. Don't thrill me like they used to do. Your words only chill me. I'm glad that we're through. My heart was yearning, but now I can see the white guilt in my heart is dying away. Is dying away. You fooled me a while. You thought you were wise. You even believed I fell for your lies. But the tricks turned on you. Now gladly I say the white guilt in my heart heart was once yearning, but now I can say the white guilt in my heart is dying away, is dying away, is dying away.
Let's begin the celebration. You can hear the crowd already, or you should be able to. Get out your raucous emojis. We're going to be celebrating the promulgation of the concepts, testimonials, and other victories in service to white well-being, because that is how we change the world. We don't just complain about the world the way it is. We make a difference in the world the way it is. Let's have everybody celebrating right now. As we get ready to roll, we begin our celebration with Franklinator and Biospirit of the West. Ladies and gentlemen, two of the hardest working champions in service to white well-being. Make sure you give it up for these two heroes. They collected many of these victories. God bless them for that. We've got victories all the time. We don't like it when people have victories and we're not recognizing them. Let's give it up for these champions. That's hard work. It's charity work. They're doing it out of love for our people, Franklin and West. Let's give a big thanks to Franklin and West again. Also, Ivan the Horrible. All three of those individuals were over at Donald Trump Jr.'s stream this week, doing a magnificent job swashing, and that is the method that we used to get anti-white into the mouth of Donald Trump. Ladies and gentlemen, by way of his number one son, leave it to us to be the bright ones in service to white well-being. Big salutes there. Let's continue the celebration with Leontina is back, ladies and gentlemen. Leontina, just risen from the ashes like a great phoenix. And she's back on, and she's doing a magnificent job swashing. She is one of our best swashbuckling generals. She's out there. She is tireless. Leontina, let's hear it for this champion, this woman of the West. She never sleeps, I don't think. It's amazing, Leontina. God bless you for rocking it once again. Let's celebrate this testimonial, this great testimonial from Libra Pincer. Libra Pincer writes this: I was raised in an environment as far as possible from white positivity. I believed the white man destroyed the planet. I believed we abused and stole from the other people. I believed every race was worth preserving but ours. I believed I owed non-whites because of the way I was born. I believed that for 38 years. Then my brain could take it no more. I want to stop right there. God bless you, brother. So many people are too ashamed. They don't have courage, and they're too ashamed to admit that they believed all of that. Those are cowards. You're a hero. We all were taught that and believed that. After 38, though, he says, thanks to brave nonconformists, I started using my brain to evaluate, dismantle, validate, invalidate, and research all that I have learned previously. 10 years of that. And I now know that most of what I learned was untrue, inexact, or incomplete. I was enlightened, but without a solution or other purpose than to care for my family in those dark days. Then I found Jason at NWG and this white positive community. It reveals all those lies for what they are, anti-whiteism. It also gives hope and purpose because it reveals that the West lays inside all white people, with enough of us in a white positive and white focused state of mind, we can restore and rebuild the West. Let's give it up big time for Libra Pincer. Well spoken. Well spoken, my brother. What an epic testimonial that is. The arc that so many take. And imagine this, that so many stay in the first third of that arc. All the anti-whiteism that they were taught and never go further. A bunch more that make it into the second third, they never leave that third. They stay in that third, angry, hating, helpless, inept. And then the final third come all the way to the solution to that anti-whiteism. Big salutes to you. What a great testimonial. Let's give a big raucous round of emoji applause and celebration, ladies and gentlemen, for the great Kim. She is Annette Kinnelly's mother, and she has reached out a couple times. She reached out in the thread again the other day. And if you remember Annette Kinnelly, she was brand new to our community, had just gotten the book in South Africa, and she was brutally murdered by an anti-white monster. And we will remember Annette forever. Her mother reached out, and she said to me, "Thank you for all you are and all your efforts. Deep appreciation." Let's give it up for Kim and in the memory of Annette Kinnelly. God bless you, Kim. Thank you so much. I want to also celebrate the great Mestizo Car. He's made at least, I don't think I got to I played it last, I shared it last week. 2 epic memes of yours truly. Let's hear it for the great Mestizo Car. The one of me as the hierarch. Wasn't that you, Mestizo, as well? So big salutes to you, brother. Thank you so very much. Let me make sure I'm not missing anybody here. I also want to celebrate Mafeels, who showed up today on my YouTube post about the stream being later in the day. Mafeels was over there and responded to that post, and he said, "Love you, bro. I used to be on Team Mark. Now I'm Team NWG." You're in the right house. You are in the house of Swash. You've made it to the right place, brother. Good to see you. Thank you so very much. Let's get to some of these victories on your screen right now. Zarathustra and those who were seen dancing were thought to be insane by those who could not hear the music. Connor over here, swashing on Charlie Kirk. Almost 6,000 of his audience members being swashed on. So close, Charlie, writes Connor. Now acknowledge that it is white well-being and peoplehood that we are fighting for. And it is anti-whiteism. And it's immoral, moral imperative, white erasure that we oppose. There can be no Western civilization, no America, without Western kind. So nearly 6,000 people of Charlie Kirk's audience made now aware of these concepts and arguments. Big salutes to this swashbuckling hero. Connor, one of Western kind. You also know him as. Let's make sure he feels the love. Team White Wellbeing. Show the love. Show the love. Changing the... Oh, we're going to see some of this in a minute. Here we have what I just told you about. We celebrated Annette Kinnelly and her mother, Kim. God bless you, Kim. And God rest Annette's soul. Here we have another testimonial, the one I just read to you. You can share that. You can screen capture it. It's on my timeline. Here we have our friend Andreas. Hey, buddy. 10,000 people over here heard him say that race mixing is white erasure. Oh, my God. Let's give, hey, buddy. Let's give our buddy Andreas some big salutes. Show the man some love. Show the man some love up there in Scandinavia. Race mixing is white erasure. Get the right terminology in our mouths, changes the story we're in, changes the outcomes of our lives. Anglo-Saxon NWG rocking it, making new music, making memes. Here he is with an epic post. 5,000, almost 300, 5,300 swashing over on I Am Yes. Anti-whites often claim that white people lack a distinct culture, a tactic rooted in envy and aimed at undermining Western identity for their own gain. This erasure seeks to strip whites of their historical and cultural cohesion, making it easier to extract resources and influence from Western societies. By denying the rich, diverse traditions of Western kind, its art, literature, philosophies, and communal values, these detractors pursue anti-white outcomes, cloaking their jealousy in a guise of moral superiority to weaken the very foundation of our collective identity. 5,300 people now presented with that genius from this swashbuckler in the I Am Yes audience. We keep it up. We never stop. Connor back again, this time swashing on J.K. Rowling. Go get her, brother. Go get her. 2,000, almost 300 views, hundreds of likes and growing, and retweets, comments. He writes, they're anti-white rape gangs, grooming, in quotes, perfectly done, as positive or at best mixed connotations, and therefore minimizes the injury inflicted on the victims, the shattering of their lives and communities. It also masks the very clear anti-white racial animus that drove many of these cases. Brilliantly written. Connor riding through the battlefield with a giant flag with an eindelen on it and getting at J.K. Rowling's audience. Well done, brother. Cool, Bubba J Magic on Salty Cracker, getting over 500 likes from Salty Cracker's audience with this genius. These, quote, protests are not, quote, anti-ICE. This is anti-whiteism. Many expressions, one target. That is genius. That is absolute genius that I would expect from the general Cool Papa J Magic, getting 500 plus likes from Salty Cracker's audience, a response underneath saying exactly, since the 60s at least, that person agreeing. These people are empowered with the lexicon, with the dialectics, many expressions, one target. Say that 1,000 times. That's genius by Cool Papa J Magic. Many expressions of anti-whiteism, one target. Many expressions. That's a great MC. Give it up for the Cool, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going. Cool is over here again on Salty Cracker. This time, hey, he is working on 1,000 people giving likes to this comment. Quote, no kings is just the, quote, current thing. Expression of anti-whiteism. Can you believe this guy? Cool Papa J Magic. I swear, when he rides onto the battlefield, lightning strikes. Working on 1,000 likes from Salty Cracker's audience that are like, yeah, let's cut through the snarkery, let's cut through the abstractions. It's just the current expression of anti-whiteism. Geniusly done. Where's this coming from? It's coming from everywhere. The House of Swash isn't doing it. The House of Swash is doing it, bitch. We saw that earlier. Let's celebrate again. Freddie Gray and Heather McDonald, both using anti-whiteism as the audience takes a breath. Big salutes to making it all the way up to the most erudite of the academic circles. Here we have the great Hans swashing on Evelina Hanna. And he gets nearly 7,000 people in her audience to read this. The illusion that Western norms are universal values was created by their numerical diffidence out of fear for retaliation. Brilliant argumentation there. White erasure changed it into numerical courage. Now we see it's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. Oh my God. This hero went right after the lesson, went right out into the battle of the real, and sewed that into the conflict, getting 7,000 people to read it. Genius by the great General Hans de Skipper. Show him love. Hans, this time back again on Liberty Copy. 5,200 people witnessing this, reading this, and being empowered. He writes, Western norms are not universal values. Western civilization has, to be recreated every minute by white people like this bus driver. Exactly. That's the genius in that argument. When they are white erased from society, we no longer have Western civilization. You hear that, Elon Musk? Everybody on your feet. Everybody on your feet. Our generals ride into battle on implacable steeds with fire leaping from their hooves and lightning in the sky, delivering the arguments that liberate an enslaved people. Redemption rides from the house of Swash. Redemption rides from the house of Swash. Hans de Skipper back again, this time on Rupert Lowe, MP, Member of Parliament. 7,000 people being empowered by Hans de Skipper. How many people did you empower this week? He writes, the anti-white morality is a thought chain. Brilliant. Non-whites are vulnerable in Western civilization. False. White well-being is linked to the detriment of others. False. Caring about white well-being is immoral. Invalid. It's moral to victimize whites. Anti-white. Perfectly articulating how the thought chain works. Give it up for the great Hans de Skipper. Again, how many people did you empower this week? Redemption rides from the house of Swash. Somebody write that down. Here we have our very own Princess Noodles Ivan, the Horrible's wife, female wife, writing this over on Leo Curse. Anti-whites post this right after complaining that white people have an aversion to the body odor of criminal intruders. Classic case of projection. 2,000 people empowered by the Ivan, female wife, rocking it in service to white well-being. Give it up the love. You know the Ivan is the man. Here we have the homeless bear. Another, all nothing but generals and commanders riding into battle, ladies and gentlemen. Homeless bear under Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk writing, Juneteenth should not be a federal holiday. Homeless bear response, getting 15,500 people in Charlie Kirk's audience to empower them. He writes, but the anti-white narrative requires constant reminders and reinforcement because it so contradicts your lived experience. Brilliant on the spot cogitation in service to white well-being by Homeless Bear. And that's why we have Juneteenth in the first place, because, quote, white man bad. Hey, at least spell check acknowledges it's not a real word. So we have that. Show the homeless bear. When this general rides through town, throw the roses at the feet of this man's steed. God bless Homeless Bear. Biospirit of the West himself, leader of the OT, God man for white well-being. Posting this on David Santa Carla and getting 8,600 members of his audience to view this. Hundreds of likes. Are you suffering from anti-whiteism fatigue? No, I guilt.org. Celebrate the empowerment and the directing of the audience back to the source, Biospirit of the West. God bless you. Here he is again. This time he is on Matt Goodwin's audience. He writes with an epic meme, quote, It's a city in visible decline with deteriorating standards and no real sense of identity or belonging, close quote. And then a little emoji, face. He writes, the standards which are deteriorating in London are our Western standards. Genius, brother. They are being replaced by the standards of non-whites. Precisely. There is no sense of identity or belonging for you because London is majority white erased. And then he shares this meme, geniusly written, and then he's got this genius meme. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. Working on 8,000 views Matt Goodwin's audience, ladies and gentlemen. 8,000 of his audience. Hundreds of likes, retweets, posts. Give it up for the great biosphere, general biosphere of the West. There is a definite anti-white feeling in the country. That can't be allowed either. We did that, and we now have this, ladies and gentlemen. The Tree Godfather, in many ways, continues to dominate. He's holding spaces. We'll mention that again. He is posting. Wait a second. Let me go back. Did I misread? Did not misread. He is posting spaces and having successes. He is posting clips galore. He is getting in touch with the great attorney, Andrew Branca. And check this out, ladies and gentlemen. It's glorious.
Throwing elbows, throwing hands. LaMonica MacGyver. Indeed.
Look at that. The Tree Godfather shows up, anti-white fatigue. And our good friend over there says, indeed.
All
big salutes to both.
All the fatigue, all the noise, all the chatter. Oh, my God. It's horrific. And, of course, that got Representative MacGyver charged with federal felonies. In particular, 18 U.S.C. 111, assaulting, resisting, or impeding certain officers or employees. That counts ICE. That counts other federal law enforcement officers. By the way,
notice that the entire time he's speaking, and this goes on for a while, that Tree Godfather remains on the screen. Anti-white fatigue. Let's celebrate. 8 seconds, and we'll be right back. Wow. It's still up today. Yes. The great Slaughts is in the house with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let us have a look at the financial gifts and see what we have going on over there. See if there's anybody to celebrate. We have nothing there at the moment. Let's swivel over here. Nothing there at the moment. We will celebrate while I am refreshing. Anonymous financially gifting $50. 50 white well-being dollars. Wow. Nice. 50 white well-being dollars. Boom to Anonymous. God bless you, brother. Well done. Let's keep that celebration going for First Last. Financially gifting $100 to white well-being. Let's get out some piano. Let's get out some piano emojis. Something musical for First Last. $100 on this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. Keep it going also for Corey. $50 over here on the app that allows cash. Corey, big salutes. Quadruple 07s, crepitant emojis. I want to hear the muscles and the bones popping for these heroes. You got Corey, you got Anonymous, you got First Last. God bless these heroes. Thank you all so very much. We don't have any mail this week. There's nothing in the thaumatological mailbag, so we will move along to the financial gifts, the order they came in. We have Stumbling is with us. Good to see you, brother. Another champion. Serving white well-being in various ways, a true hero. $5 financial gift. Thank you, man. He says, whenever whites are called to war, they tell us we are fighting for freedom, democracy, Western values, because we sure as hell aren't fighting for the white race. So true, so sad, so painful. But the kind of intelligence that you get out of this community. Thank you for that, brother. $5 Stumbling over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform, also known as Entropy. Which Stumbling, is it running? It does appear to be working and running, yes. All right, let's head on over to Premium Rumble. We have the Slotzian over there, $1. He says, thank you for that financial gift. He says, I do not disavow my birth. I disavow the anti-whites doing violence in my name. Very well written. That's actually a puissant argument, my brother. Thank you so very much for that. Land of the Fake, home of the gay, has chimed in as well with a $5 financial gift. Thank you, good sir. He says, thank you for being the only person who so consistently considers white people above the concerns of other groups. Our biggest missing puzzle piece for survival. God bless you. Obviously, you deserve to be in the advanced placement class. Thank you so much for being here. Land of the Fake, home of the gay. Can see things clearly. Let me see if we have any other comments or stickers or gifts. Jealous people over here. And blank, we didn't miss anybody. And blank over here didn't miss anybody. Let's make sure that we're running. Yes, we are. It's a glorious thing. We are still operating everywhere. Let me continue. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have something you would like to share with me in the time that we have left. Let's have a big salute to Robert. $1 financial gift over here in service to white well-being. He says, derecho. Is that what it is? Is that what that word is? Derecho. And I guess isn't that the tornadic level or hurricane level straight winds? God bless you, brother. I remember we had years, it's been over 10 at least, dozen years ago, there was a derecho here in Northern Virginia. And never experienced anything like that. It was wild. Oh, could celebrate. Quadruple 07s on your feet. A true hero and champion has just fast roped his way into your midst. He's swinging swords of flame. His service to the Lord of the West. It is ForNull. He says with a $50 financial gift, white well-being steak. Amen to that. Epic brother, $50 white well-being steak. Thank you so much, good sir. $50 from ForNull. Music, Meg. This guy has done everything that you can imagine for white well-being. Show the man love. He is unstoppable. We also have the great Yiz, the Unifier. $5 financial gift. Thank you, sister. Weekly folk tab for white well-being. She writes, Kip. Yiz the Eunuch, Yiz the Unifier. You can find her on that channel, Yiz the Eunuch. She'll be live with Discordant Dragons at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow. Make sure that you are there. It's always a great show. And I love it. She never fails to bring the lexicon and dialectics to bear, no matter what's happening. And many smart people good people have shown up on that show and in her audience, and they're now using the lexicon. They're now beginning to go free. Whoa, first, last, $100 wasn't enough. First, last has shown up again today. Really on your feet. Fireworks this time. Let's find some fireworks or dragons. Something cool. For first, last, $50 more he adds. $50 more he adds to his financial gift on this glorious day with your hierarch and service to white well-being, a mere 90 plus degrees in the once great state of Virginia. He writes with those $50, keep teaching Jason. Skibbity. The tree godfather is skibbity. Skibbity based. Based. Real. He's cooking. Skibbity. Watch him drip. Check out his fit. Watch him drip on his fit. Skibbity. Based real. True. He's not cooked. He's cooking. He ain't cooked. He's cooking. Dude bro moment, ladies and gentlemen, as I am talking. Continue the celebration. Even as the fart of a Zoomer has wafted through and you have heard some of the slang. The great dude bro moment, like a god, has descended through the clouds. I heard the thunder, and he rode down on a bolt of lightning. It wasn't 4 horses. It was a bolt of lightning, and dude bro moment was upon it. $50 by this champion. Big salutes. Redemption rides from the house of Swash. He writes for white well-being with his $50. God bless you, good sir. Good to see you. Startled me with the thunder and lightning and all, but that was cool. All right, you're tagging me as no white guilt as we get around to. I know I've been fired up. How did you like during the quick news Howard Cosell? And he was standing between Bruce Jenner and O.J. Simpson. And he's like, I traveled to the This is Howard Cosell. I'm back from the future. And I've got some shit to share. Does anybody remember how Howard Cosell lost his job? Does anybody remember that from back in the day? Oh, he offended. He's a Jew that offended blacks. And they were like, you're out of here. You're out of here. Even with his iconic delivery. Henry's tagging me, says, once a Mexican anti-white said, I disrespect his people because I reposted your video saying stolen land is a psyop. Nobody wants the land. They want to rob whites of our civilization. And he said that was a disrespect. Well, it's a disrespect. It's anti-white for him to say that. That's what I would say. Our creations are ours. I don't care how offended you are by that fact. I've had was it a female because I've had that happen with females a couple times where they feign like they're like, oh, what? How dare you? And I'm like, I don't care if you're offended. You're anti-white. Mestizo Cough is here. Jason, the aura farmer. Yes. I am an aura farmer. No cap. For real. Skibbity. I am a total aura farmer. Totally no cap, man. For real. Skibbity. I have to admit, it almost makes me yearn for the Valley Girls of the 1980s. Hearing Generation Z. Almost makes me yearn for their crap. Like, whatever. Gag me with a spoon. I mean, is it really? Skibbity! Corn Pop's Revenge. Mestizo had to come in there with some more Zoomer spirit. Showing the real flex. Making lolcows out of the opposition. I can't be stopped, man. I can't be stopped. You know, all the Zoomers are like, the old guy knows our words. That old guy knows our words. Is it white erasure or it's two words? Thank you for asking. Tree Godfather says, the Shade Tree, White Wellbeing, is scheduled every day on X at 2. Every day? Wow, we were just going to get into my announcements. And there is Tree Godfather holding X spaces. So now we have it. You can head over to his channel on X, and he holds a NWG space, White Wellbeing, called the Shade Tree, every single day at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you would like to participate in that, hear what he has to say, hear what some of the others have to say, maybe you'll have something you'll want to say yourself, and you'll be given an opportunity to do so. Thank you, Tree Guy. So that is one of our announcements today. Another announcement that we have here is, if you see anything going wrong or unusual on specifically my YouTube or X, tell us about it. Because, for example, Tree Godfather noticed that for some reason, my YouTube screen, unlike other YouTube streams that he's watching, will scrunch or get squished when he opens the chat, whereas others don't do that. So let us know in the live chat, let us know in the threads. Something I've noticed recently is a lot of comments getting deleted. And I can see if a moderator of mine deletes a comment. I can see if they delete it on a live stream or on the thread afterward. These are just disappearing. Even comments that I've responded to. So please be aware, and please let others know, especially new people, that they could write something on the thread and I can even read it and respond to it or give it a heart, and then YouTube just delete it to try to end that relationship. I'm sure it's just a glitch to try to end that relationship before it gets started. That's the easiest time to make someone who is new forget about this community and what we do here, is right at the beginning. So yeah, please let people know. It's really important that we have these glitches going on. Looking for tags. Dennis is here. Jay Bishop is here. Janice is here. Ivan's horrible. Nameless one. Cindy Ben. Eva. The slots, of course, I said earlier. Problematic biosphere. Is that what it is? Yes, hello again. Good to see you. Biospirit of the West. So dignified, isn't it? Perfect name for that guy. Thank you all, everybody who is celebrating. Big salutes. It's what we have to do here. It's what you see the others who are successful. It's what you see them do. We've got to celebrate each other. Appreciate each other. Look Up 2 is here. Hello to you. Samuski is in the house. Maverick. Hello, welcome. Jason, if too many people point out where Guam is, it could capsize. Hank Johnson. Remember that little video, folks, I made? We talked about it when the anti-white Hank Johnson, is he from Georgia, right? Was in a congressional hearing, he was asking that white general. His concern was that if we've got too many troops on Guam, it could capsize. He just made, for real, a song where he's playing the guitar poorly. That's anti-Trump. That same guy. He's still in office. Somebody, a representative, how dumb is the electorate? If you voted for somebody that said that they were concerned that an island could capsize, you would be ashamed of yourself. I mean, let's be real. And then you would finance the opposition. You would do everything you could to get rid of the guy you helped to vote into office. Not that electorate. Capsize. The Westman says, my comments all over have been disappearing on YouTube and X, or just on YouTube or elsewhere. Remember, folks, also to put the live chat on YouTube, on live chat, not top chat. Always remember to do that. It will help with some of these deletions. The Freak is here. He says, you look like the captain of my high school wrestling team. We are pod people. They grow the leaders of Western civilization, the captains in pods, and then they release us upon the world. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. You know, the funny thing is you have so many people in the white sympathetic sphere that look at me, bright, accomplished, virile, vigorous, and they're like, that looks like the captain to our sports team. That looks like the commander in the military, ergo, not one of us. That we got to look for the soy-faced, scraggly beard, overweight, thrust from normal society reject. Then we know we're with the right guy. Or he's 4 foot tall. He's made out of toothpicks. Weighs 75 pounds. Then we know we're with the right guy. Okay, Mestizo says that he believes the name the younger Zoomers gave to older Zoomers and millennials is unk. As in uncle. Well, then do they give avuncular advice? All right. Anti-white vilification, Lee. Good to see you, brother. We're going to get into our lesson of the day. It's really important, and it's going to be something that I think you might want to capture and keep. Write them down, my suggestions, because they're going to really empower you. And that's what this is all about. We did not get to, because the war is such a big issue, We didn't get to the autogynophilia. And maybe we could do that. Or maybe we could watch some of it now. I mean, it's only 8:42 p.m. on the East Coast of these United States. Maybe we could get to some of it as well. USS Liberty says Jews are anti-white. Not all Jews are anti-white. And we give them the opportunity to either be anti-white or not. That's what matters. If you want to make a difference, that's what matters. For whom? Our audience, our brothers and sisters, we have to bring over. If you condemn people for their birth, then white people will never join you. You deserve more, Jason. More what? Oh, probably financial gifts. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, First Last. The Great Thunder Down Under is here. He says, read my Twitter DMs, brother. I will, brother. Thank you for sending them. These guys down in Australia, they're always rocking it. They're busy all the time. They're making it happen. Big salutes to you guys. The Thunder Down Under. Let me get to, since I just mentioned it, and then we can watch some of this autogynophilia, because it's relevant to what's happening everywhere in society. But I do want to talk about, just make sure I didn't miss anything. I do want to talk about how we speak to, and more specifically, especially since this is happening, the injury for us is being magnified at the moment since we're being emasculated, bitched by anti-whites of all races. So our trauma, white noir, is worse. And we are confronted often with people who, in our circles, family, friends, colleagues, we're confronted with people who can be sensitive to these subjects. That often can be the case as well with people who really don't. There's sensitivity toward politics and what they would consider also religion when or if you bring up anti-whites in the Jewish population. They can also consider it a religious issue. And so people can be overly sensitive. And what do you say to these people? What are some of the things that they say to shut you down? Myra is here. Hello and good to see you. Matt is here. The main thing, I think, when it comes to this discussion about our injury relative to this servile behavior to Israel and to anti-whites inside the Jewish population is that it puts right in our face that not only are we a defeated people, but we are a subjugated people. And it's a reality that we feel even if we don't fully appreciate and understand. Because a defeated people often has their dignity still intact. And they can do with that dignity what they wish, what they like. For example, American Indians, we kick the hell out of them. And then we did not go in and subjugate them, rob them of their dignity, force them and their talents and their women and their deeds and etc. into our enrichment, empowerment. But the white race has been subjugated. We have been defeated and then subjected to deep malice by anti-whites. And that is a different kind of injury. That's a completely different kind of trauma. So how do we talk about the trauma with our overly sensitive friends and family? Here are some tips. You can say to these people, they often will say to you that as soon as you start talking about our trauma, they'll say, you're talking about you, but look at what all the Jews have suffered. Look at what all the blacks have suffered. How many of you have heard that before? I know I've heard that hundreds of times. One of my responses that you can use is, we talk about non-whites and their complaints all the time. It's time to make space for us and our injuries. You are allaying a concern and defeating an objection in the anti-white by pointing out that their complaints are discussed all the time. It's discussed at school all the time. It's discussed in entertainment. You are merely asserting that we are being victimized, and isn't it time to make space for that conversation as well? Friends and family, who again, this is not for radical anti-whites, friends and family will not be able to object to that argument. Now, you can have situations where maybe it's you're living at home, you're young, your mother's worried that you're going to go to jail, and so she's going to push back no matter what. But this is a moral positioning that our brothers and sisters are willing to heed, even the very sensitive. They will often say, and this is kind of the other side of this coin, these overly sensitive people. On one hand, they'll mention, but non-whites, they're suffering all the time. It's just so much horrible. Like, how are you speaking about your suffering? They're suffering everywhere. The other side to that is to say that white people, in so many words, are evil. Straight out of the anti-white narrative. But whites are evil. So you're talking about your victimization, but whites are evil. So here are some MCs that you can say in response. There's nothing moral about dehumanizing an entire race, which is what your friend or family member just did. When you complain about our victimization, the trauma that this war and the demasculization of the white race, when you complain about that and they say, but whites are evil, in so many words, but whites have done so much that's hurt so many people. White people have hurt so many people. There's nothing moral about dehumanizing an entire race. Number 2, MC. Generalizing my or our, depending upon who you're talking to, generalizing my or our entire race is immoral. You want to generalize my entire people, or you want to generalize our entire people? That's completely immoral. Remember, we're talking here about friends or family members who are not radical anti-whites who are going to say, like, good, kill off the white race, right? Or who are maybe not so sensitive. Maybe somebody who's going to be more like brusque with you and aggressive. We're talking here about family and friends who are sensitive. They're kind of delicate when it comes to, they're frangible when it comes to these issues. Generalizing my or our entire race is immoral. And number 3, raising awareness about our victimization is moral. So, raising awareness about our victimization is moral. When you have this conversation, if you were to say, you could do a 1-2 punch with one of these relatives who are overly sensitive. White race has done so many bad things, though. It's immoral to generalize our entire race. And it's moral for me. It's moral for me to raise awareness of our victimization and our complaints, our dehumanization, the turmoil that we experience. Reasonable brothers and sisters out there will heed these arguments. Another version of the responses that they can give is, but non-whites are suffering so much, linked to the first item that I shared. They're just suffering so much. They want to go into blacks, slavery, generational, Jews, Holocaust, generational. Here is an MC for you, for those of you who are confronted with that. Non-white trauma doesn't cancel out our trauma. Non-white trauma doesn't cancel our trauma. They won't be able to say that it does. That would be supremely immoral. You would be dealing with a radical anti-white at that point, not somebody who is reasonable and just sensitive. So you don't have to go, and you shouldn't bother going into a conversation about whatever their claim. Well, it really wasn't that bad. Do you know that I read a book where they said it really wasn't that bad? Whatever you do, don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that. You don't have to contest their claim to get them to concede that there needs to be space to discuss our trauma and victimization. Does that make sense? And here is the final MC. We aren't erasing non-white complaints by bringing up our victimization. We are bringing up our pain because we aren't seen. Our victimization and complaints are never centered. Now, that's really going to resonate with females. That's really going to hit home for them, because you're getting at their genetic impulse to be fair for all of the little kids. I'll read it again. We aren't erasing non-white complaints. We're not contesting. Why would you even have that conversation with the person, right? You don't need the world to believe. You don't need your grandma. You don't need your neighbor to believe that no black people are ever injured in America or the West, or that Jews have never suffered anything. You don't need them to believe that to get them to agree that there needs to be space to discuss the victimization of white people, to get them to use these concepts and these arguments, to get them potentially to come on board to go free. But whether that or just using the concepts, to enlist them in the recapture of our destiny. You can make the recapture of our destiny, in other words, bringing people in to that effort, as hard or as easy as you want. Does that make sense? If you went to everybody in the world and you said, I want you to care about white people, and they said, okay, and you also have to have a mohawk, how many white people do you think are going to join in on that? Do you follow the logic? You don't need every Tom, Dick, and Harry, Sari, Pam, and Melissa to agree with whatever your opinions might be about socio-political, religio, chapters in history, etc. You need them to take up the lexicon and the dialectics as much as possible, and then even better to get them to come on board to Going Free. But you don't need that. Get them to come on board using the lexicon, using the dialectics. Everything else, they like Subarus. Who cares? I don't care. They like, I don't know what kind of, they have 10 cats in their house. I don't like 10 cats in the house, but I don't care. They could have 10 cats. If they're going free, that's awesome. They could want more of a socialist government. Don't care. They could want more of a capitalist government. Don't care. Maybe you don't like monster trucks. He's driving a monster truck. Don't care. He likes the football team that used to be the rival of the one that you used to waste your time on cheering. Don't care. So with all things, they are going to continue to be who and what they are. You need to insert this little bit of white magic into their life. And if that means to get it inserted, especially in the minds of people like overly sensitive types, if that means that they're still going to believe that America existed before white people got here, then you've done your job by dropping the lexicon and dialectics into their minds. Yes, there should be space for white people to discuss our victimization. And you don't even have to, and don't get into comparing the victimization. I've had times when they've said to me, well, what do you think? White people have suffered more? The answer is obviously yes. The answer is obviously we are the ones who are suffering now. We are living and we're suffering every moment of every day as a consequence of anti-whiteism. But what did I say in those encounters with such people? It's immoral to compare levels of suffering. All that I'm doing is saying that there needs to be space. There needs to be time for us as well. There needs to be a focus on us as well. Our injuries. White people are people. You all might remember, I had a regular turn of phrase where I would say, poor white people are just as poor black people. White people with stage 4 cancer have just as much cancer as non-white people with stage 4 cancer. That would be the kind of things that I would say to sensitive people. So keep this in mind. The overarching lesson of these MCs that I shared to be used on sensitive friends and family is that you don't need to make a swashbuckling general out of everybody. You don't need them to agree with everything that you believe. You just have to touch them with this white magic by any means. If that means that they're going to make some totally asinine, erroneous statement, and you have to ignore it to get to inserting these dialectics and lexicon, then do it. There is a very childish phenomenon. And I remember, I really say that it's childish, it's puerile, because when I was very young, I remember having like this impulse and then thinking about it and getting rid of it. The impulse was, well, there isn't uniformity. Like, how are there different Christianities? How are there different? There needs to be uniformity. Something is broken. Something is wrong. Something needs to be fixed. There can't be like a divergence. But then as I thought about it, I thought, wow, no, there are all of these institutions, they're populated by individuals. And the individuals are all bringing their own interpretations. And the entities in more or less represent or mirror the most influential among them, and that there was no controlling, there was no achieving this uniformity of all things. There's going to be this variety of thoughts and opinions in the human animal. So when I got into the white sympathetic sphere as a very young man, teenager, and I started seeing that in adults, I was actually a little unnerved. It was unnerving to see adult males in their 30s, in their 40s, in their 50s, arguing that, well, this person can't be allowed in this group because they think this other thing that's slightly divergent from what he thinks or the rest of the group thinks. Now, I'm obviously not talking about like pedophiles. And since we're on YouTube, we have to say that there are some really good people in the world who are pedophiles. But here we're talking about just variations in opinion. Many people who are in the live chat right now, have been in the white sympathetic sphere for years, can vouch for this phenomenon, this really childish phenomenon, that everybody has to agree on this one thing. I have, over the years, watched as the different Nazi LARPing groups would break up because they had different opinions on a Nazi figure. Moreover, what you end up seeing then is these requirements for opinions that are allowed and not allowed to be involved. And I would say to these people, this is vanilla and chocolate ice cream that you're excluding people on. We are being obliterated. We are, as we pointed out today, a subjugated people. And you are refusing to work with people because they like vanilla or they like chocolate, and that's the opposite of what you like, when it's totally immaterial, totally irrelevant. When it comes to promulgating the lexicon and dialectics, it's even broader. The allowance for various opinions on history and interests, etc., need to be even broader. Who cares where they like to go for vacation? Who cares if they love jazz and you hate jazz? Who cares if they think it wasn't 6 million in the Holocaust, but 12 million? Who cares? If you can get that person to say, yeah, there should be space, there should be focus on the victimization of whites as well, that is a atomic level, pun intended, victory. So keep that in mind as we are confronted with more warfare. And I don't think this is, you have a lot of the hyperbole out there from schmucks and cucks talking about World War III. You don't got to worry about that. The odds of World War III are too slim, and your ability to influence that is zero. So all you can do is undermine your life, undermine the productivity that you could be achieving by being engaged in promulgating these concepts, undermining the enjoyment you could have of life because you're running around worrying about something over which you have no control. We normally make fun of people like that. I mean, let's bring back bullying. When people are running around worried about things that they can't control. In fact, I don't know, maybe at the next conference, the next get together, if a guy tells me that he's worried about something that he can't control, maybe I'll slap him. Maybe a gentle right upside the head and say, snap out of it, bitch. Stop acting like a child or a woman. Or I should say a female, because women of the West don't think that way either. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying, see if there are any tags for me, and then we will put on that autogynophilia video and what psychologists think of people who are trans. Land of the fake, home of the gay. Very active over there on Premium Rumble. I don't see any tags for me, but you're awesome, brother. Pointing out, though, he says this, you're never going to capture every side of a story, and every side of every story has infinite interpretations. Precisely. Well, this the smartest people come here. I love that. I love that. We are the brain trust of the white race. Well written. Oh, we have some financial gifts over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. We have Matt in for $3. Thank you so much, Matt. Matt writes, if you are shadow banned on YT, some of your comments will get deleted. Some comments will be visible to you, but other accounts will not see them. Well, that's actually true. And I hadn't thought about that for me personally on my channel, but I guess the same would hold true that since I'm shadow banned, deboosted on both X, we know X for sure. They admitted it to me, but suspected on YouTube, then I guess my own comments could be removed from my own channel for that reason. Thank you for that. Matt back with another $3. God bless you, sir. He says, it's a IP shadow ban. Creating a new account using the same IP will not work. You have to create a new account using a different IP address. $6 from Matt. God bless you. Thank you for that. And for that great info. Yeah, I actually would not have thought about it being an IP shadow banning. So people should know that, because people all the time create a new account to go have a look. And then they say, oh, I'm not shadow banned. I could see my comment on another account. But if they created that account under the same IP, it wouldn't matter. Ivan Zaharba writes, Ivan thinks, accept the things you can't change is feminine because you are submitting to evil. If you truly can't change it, you die trying. Death on your feet. Death on your feet. Better than life on your knees. Ivan is hardcore, folks. All right? He's not taking any shit. All right. Let me see. Any comments? Financial gifts that we have over here. Buck is in the house. Buck said he asked a question. Did you tag me? Oh, the great Slots has gifted over here as well. $10. Thank you so much, champion Slots. He says, in the name of Yiz, the eunuch. God bless you for that, champ. Yes, indeed. I concur 100 times over. $10 financial gift in the name of Yiz, the eunuch. Thank you for that. And I want everybody to let's celebrate that one. Didn't reach the $20 threshold, but it's totally Slotsian and epic. It's totally pristine. The great Slots. Let's celebrate Slots and keep that celebration going. Celebrate Slots and Yiz. Keep that celebration going for Overbee. $20. She's in the chat, I think. I thought I saw her earlier. $20 financial gift. God bless you, sister. She says, to your time spent serving white well-being. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And we got another $20 to celebrate. Says, don't read the full name, but which part of it can I read? Big celebration to this hero. If you tag me in the live chat if you're in the YouTube live chat, I will read the part that I'm allowed. Otherwise, I'll go with your first name. Or at least what I believe to be your first name. $20. Thank you so much. We will call him Chris. Big salutes. $20 financial gift. Big salutes to Chris. Big salutes to Slots and Yiz. Henry says, can you describe, paint a little picture of what a day in the life of the future white positive utopia we're working toward? I need some goon material. Well, we did a little bit a while ago, thinking about all of the different things. I mean, imagine all of our tech that we have today, all of our money, natural resources, industry, time, creativity, applied to achieving fulfilling lives for everyone in our civilization. We wouldn't necessarily need a white population that's this large. There would be so many tools to use. So many things would be put to automation. We would be eating healthy. We would be curing our diseases. Our towns would be pristine, crime-free, virtually. Not only because we generally have a low crime rate, but because we would seriously take care of the ne'er-do-wells in our population. Generationally, we would be healthier. We would fiddle where it's safe to do so with our genetics, getting rid of disease, making us more attractive, healthier, longer lived, more articulate, more fit, more able to survive with ease. You know, there wouldn't be an environment where we would be sickly and weak, and just getting up to answer the door would be a challenge. I mean, set your mind on that. All of our thoughts. Imagine this, and then I'll move on to this video and any other comments. But all of our thoughts on living in harmony with ourselves, our environment, and indulging our greatest desire, I think manifested in the white race, our greatest desire to unlock and conquer the unknown. That drive, that spirit of ours, set free, unhampered by anti-whiteism, unhampered by all of these trammels of our current anti-white world. We can approximate what that would be like, but fully understanding and knowing it, certainly now, not even remotely possible. All right. Autogynophilia. We'll put that on the screen here. Or should I just save that for Wednesday? Since we are already, it looks like it's already 9:16. Might save it for Wednesday. Brenda Shear is here. Hello and welcome. Azimuth Clark is here. How far ahead or behind is Europe in all of this? Asks the freak. This isn't linear. So it's really an impossible question. And that sucks. as an answer, but it's really an impossible question. Their anti-whiteism is the same in Europe. And the cure white positivity that we teach in the Go Free Dialogic, we've demonstrated works everywhere, even in non-English speaking countries. So you could evaluate things that you could make linear, like a deference to non-white people. Certainly there are some countries where they are more deferential, where we are more deferential to non-whites. The rate of immigration, the number of non-whites in their countries, impossible to say, even for a supercomputer, super AI computer, the control over the government by anti-whites, anti-whiteism, and how at any moment it's operating to our detriment, vis-a-vis benefit of anti-whites. So hard to answer that question. As far as the promulgation of Go Free, the lexicon and dialectics, certainly the English-speaking countries are ahead of the non-English speaking, but we're having success everywhere. But great question. Thank you for that. Yes, first, last. Chocolate versus vanilla is irrelevant. Henry said, you've said before magic is real. Can you talk about that a little? That's really fascinating to me. I love supernatural stuff. Well, remember, when it comes to supernatural things, there are many things that we can understand with our science today that unfortunately people no longer call magic because we can understand it with our science. But it's still magic. There are certainly things, and without a lot of time left in today's gathering, there are certainly a lot of things that we still don't understand. Now, having said that we would definitely call magic. Having said that, be very wary of merchants out there, merchants on the right or the left, or merchants just in Merchantville who want to sell you on the unknown, because the unknown is something very easy for a shyster to manipulate. So be wary of that. But there is a magic to a people coming together. And I don't say that flippantly. There is something more, and something even more than the synergy of white individuals coming together as a people. And I believe you can see this almost manifest even in our degree of ignorance of these things at this point, scientifically. Great question. Big topic. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Good to see you, brother. Said, incompetency of paramedics is more white erasure. Yes, 100%. And I assume you're referencing the paramedics that drove to Austin Metcalf's aid. And remember, when we talk about the bar being lowered, that the kind of white people, the kind of white guys that are more likely to be selected, more likely to be elevated in an anti-white system are the worst of the worst. Those are going to be not the most intelligent. They're going to be the most obsequious to anti-whiteism. So never forget that when we talk about the systems, the white erasure of our norms in these systems, jobs, professions, etc. I will just give you Taz says here, you had me at no white guilt. Amen. Good to see you. Thank you. You had me at no white guilt. All right. So what's happening here is this is a video by a psychologist talking about the actual classifications in psychology of individuals who are call themselves trans. Now, naturally, this is not my findings, and I definitely don't endorse these findings. But it rings true, I think, maybe not, that you have two distinct groups. One group, and we'll save this for Wednesday, one group is feminine homosexual males. So they are literally feminine. Like when they're a guy, they are like a girl. Mannerisms, voice, maybe they got a high-pitched voice, on and on. So, according to this psychologist, they refer to those as homosexual trans. They say the larger group, or maybe the more, maybe didn't say larger, but maybe the more in your face, or maybe the more shocking, is the autogynephilia group. And it is a subset of the philia they call disorder, not me. I am just a guy observing what these psychologists are saying. And in both cases, they are saying that this is their sexual fetish, that they get a sexual arousal by presenting as a female. Not just in the case of the homosexual trans, they're already attracted to guys and probably trying to get straight guys, probably want to compete with the girls. The girls are getting all the attention. But it's presenting as a female is a sexually gratifying experience. So, not me, I would never say this, but it seems like some are saying that these folks are an anti-whiteism, by way of anti-whiteism, are compelling us to participate in their sexual fetish. And then I'm assuming, branching off of this, would be another philic, what they might call a disorder, when people want to be animals. That, again, it's a sexually satisfying thing to do. It's an interesting video, something to ponder, and certainly to find rebuttal at CNN or MSNBC or something like that. We'll just take a quick peek.
Hi, friends. Today we're going to talk about something super important, what it means to be transgender.
AGP, or autogynephilia, is not well known by the public, even though it's a crucial component to understand why some men want to medically transition. Autogynephilia is defined as a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female.
All right. We'll take a look on Wednesday. I found it really interesting that he also mentions that a lot of these guys in their clinics, where they have conversations with them, because there's such wonderful people in their clinics, they take female hormones estrogen and the like, to be more feminine. And this is both categories, by the way, homosexual, trans, and autogynephilia. They take female hormones to be more female, and the autogynephilia, because that's even greater arousal, because you're really looking more like a female, and that's the thing that's doing it for you, presenting more as a female. But as a consequence of the female hormones, these guys jack themselves up on erection pills. I had no idea. I never think about it, believe it or not. So I'm never thinking about it. And I was like, wow. So they actually have to, in order to really enjoy, their stuff has to be working. And so they jack themselves up on these pills to counteract the female hormones. But then there's another subgroup, apparently, again, I don't know anything about this. I'm just telling you what this person said. Another subgroup who, for other reasons that they would refer to as, damaged thinking, they do want to mutilate their sexual organs. That is a sexually satisfying experience and vision. Now, what ends up happening after that? The fantasy is always going to be better than the reality. So I have read that a lot of these people kill themselves and they go into deep depression. Maybe that's true, maybe not. But they fantasize about what it will be like after they've changed their genitals, and then they go for it. They think that's really going to be, wow, I'm really going to be having fun then. But I do point out, and I have for many, many years, even here, that if you, just for experiment's sake, decide to look up therapists, psychologists, etc., there are going to be a plethora. They are everywhere. There's a copious amount of them, all right? And just look at who they advertise to, because it is stunning how many of them, what percentage of them, a gigantic percentage, are in their advertising explicitly making appeals to homosexuals, transgenders, furries, all of these kinds of things. If these were, or if these things are so healthy, and we know there are very good people in all of these, any community that I mention, there are very good people, even the pedophiles on YouTube, but very good people. If it was such a healthy way to go, then I don't know why there would be so many people in these fields that would be making appeals to you. Seems like they wouldn't make any money off those folks, and they would be like, are you a white guy who goes to work every day, got an education, goes to work even when you're sick, pay your taxes, take the grocery cart back after you use it, deals fairly with your neighbors, takes care of your yard, then I'm the therapist for you. I mean, none of their marketing sounds like that. Are you a white guy who's attracted to females? I'm the therapist for you. That doesn't happen so much. But, I'm a member of the laity when it comes to this stuff. I do know that we have another really cool song from Spartan.
Our hearts are happy, our minds awake, through webs of lies, the truth we take, with truthful words, we lift the veils,
Let's get some big applause celebration for Spartan and this new epic tune as we are rolling toward the end of this glorious gathering. Spartan rocking it out with Phoenix Rising epic lyrics, brother. Splendid. Splendid.
Rise.
I love the imagery in my head hearing the lyrics. Let the phoenix rise.
We'll stand and fight. We're not ashamed. One people strong. One truth we see. As a people united, we'll go free. Go free. Go free. Our voice is strong. We'll write a story where we belong. No anti-white narrative. No anti-white lies. We'll recapture our destiny. Let the phoenix rise.
The sun has finally set on one of these longest days of the year. We have a financial gift from Da Freak, $5. Thank you, good brother. He says, thanks for being courageous. Thank you so much. Da Freak, is that your first financial gift? Thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate it. Big salute. Big salute to Spartan for this new song. Great lyrics. Very cool. We are nearing the end of another glorious gathering, ladies and gentlemen. We now have the tools to go into the world and make a difference. Brandisher says, I am reading Go Free now and highlighting. I'm also buying more books and sending them to my long-distance relatives, even my white aunt and non-white uncle. I have borne guilty also. Let's get, that's awesome, man. That's some swashing right there. 007s to Brandisher, ladies and gentlemen. 007s. Epic. That's the kind of audacity you have to have. Ashes with us, hello. Yep. The aunt and the husband there gonna get it. Ay, 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 ay is here. Yodel boy is here. What a cool tune that was. Adam, hello. Yep, it's meant to look, the text is meant to look like it is, which is a workbook. So you should be writing all in the inside of it, writing your thoughts. I even give a little bit of room for that. Obviously, you can use the computer, your phone to take more notes. It is about a practice. It's about learning how to address. Yodel boy is a troll. Well, then I take back my hello, and I will sick the Rottweilers on you. I will sick the largest of the Rottweilers. Cerberus is his name. Franklin's right. It was 94 degrees today. Lunder says he highlighted my name on the cover. Otherwise, he'd have thought that he wrote the masterpiece. That's great. Cool Papa's saying somebody's a sister. I must have called a brother too. My apologies. My deep apologies. But the sun has finally said the temperature is indeed finally dropping. It's in the mid 80s now. It's going to be a hot week, folks. 100 around the nation's capital. 100 degrees with a heat index 107. Toasty. But you and I will be fighting for white well-being. We'll be taking the struggle to those circles that we can influence. And remember the 6 degrees to Kevin Bacon. That's a real thing. This is a curative contagion that overnight can reach people where they are and can be useful to them in their environments. That was the only way this was ever going to work. You were never going to have a political revolution that votes in a leader and then he installs other leaders or other people from your non-existent revolution. I mean, there was just a poll. I think it was, who did it? Well, they polled the people who consider themselves left and people who consider themselves right. And people on the left, the anti-white left, were grouped together really tightly. All a very focused anti-white group. The right, anti-white right, was spread out all over the place in different types of opinions. Of course, in agreement with the anti-white immoral imperative, the social morality of Western civilization. We can communicate these things as we've been doing. We can reach people in the places of their work, the places of their worship, the places of their recreation, the places of their relationship building, of their family creation, at every stage in their life. No one has to be marched out, frog marched out, and a new group frog marched in. That was never possible. There's no factory that are producing pro-white supermen to replace everything that has gone bad. It is ideological in its essence. It addresses who and what our people are, our norms, our sensibilities, our mores. We appeal to those things. They then use these concepts. They take them up. They want to remember them. They do. And they spread them to the people in their circles. And who knows how many degrees it might be from you to the white billionaires who begin to really march things back for the anti-whites. Maybe not many. Maybe just 6 degrees. Love you all. Let's go free.